What's up, everybody? Um, I forgot to check my audio. Can you guys hear me all right? I don't know what the hell. Banana Anna, aloha. Josh, aloha. Lord Spike Protein, accountability for all. Kathy Long Beach, rank 2000. What's up, everybody? So, YouTube Turns, what's up? Good to see you. YouTube Turns, man. You are the man, brother. YouTube Turns is definitely the man. We are just waiting on, well, here we go. Here is Ronnie York. Ronnie Cash.
What's up, Brother Steve?
How's it going, brother?
Oh, same day, a different dollar.
Yep. Yeah, I just got home. I just made it in time again.
Well, you made a bunch of extra dollars today, didn't you?
No, not really.
What if you
Supposed to
made
be a quick look at job, and then it was cap a pipe inside the wall because they got to do drywall tomorrow, and the water wasn't shutting off all the way. And it's like, dude, I was just supposed to come look at this, and so then I'm like trying to rush the job and get it done super quick. But
so you got it done. You still got her done though?
Yep, got it done. Water back on, no leaks, and home just in time.
Well, wonderful. So long as you're here to do YouTube, you know, the world is right.
Exactly. Now, I'm going to bring up our special guest for today. With a lot of information for everybody. And here is Heather Hatch. Aloha, Heather.
Hello, Miss Heather.
Can you hear us? I'm not sure if you can hear me.
I can't hear.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay.
I can hear you fine.
Okay, could you hear me before?
No, just when you first said, can you hear me?
Okay. All right, I'll just ditch the microphone.
That's my biggest problem, the microphone. It took me like a month and I finally got it working right.
Yeah. I just got it, so I don't know what I'm doing with it yet. All right.
What's some good news from the world of medicine tonight?
Kathy Long Beach says hello, Nina. Nina just got home, so.
Aw.
Hello, Heather.
Hey, Nina.
Hello, handsome Ronnie.
Hello, Nina.
You're having a good hair day today, huh?
Yeah, Ronnie's hair looks nice today. Again, 2 days in a row.
Woohoo!
What's up, man?
I'm gonna go get it cut in a flat top though. It still don't look good enough for me.
You should do it like old Kid Rock style, like back in the 90s when he first started. He had that, his hair was sticking straight up, like 8 inches high.
Oh, one of them.
Oh, yeah.
One of them real sharp mohawks.
Yep.
You know, I thought about that.
The yodeling in the valley days.
Yeah, I considered that. Not for long, but I considered it.
You know what? I think the next live stream, because I haven't had a haircut in a while. I think my hair is long enough. I'm gonna do that for the next live stream, just to be silly.
Either that or wear your wig again.
I was just gonna say the wig was really good too.
Yeah.
But I think you should spike it up. You know, bring some change. You know,
Heather,
something different.
Didn't you think, Heather, that when he was wearing that wig, he looked kind of like Harpo Marx? Remember, you mean one of the Marx brothers?
Yeah. You know what I was.
I can see that now that you say that.
Awesome. There's a guy that, what is his name? Or his YouTube name? I think it's Kit Boga, and he's a scam baiter. You know, he calls those places in India where they scam everybody, and he plays with them. And the one guy, he puts a wig on, and he puts on the voice, and he pretends to be Vivian something Baker. Oh, it is so funny. And when I saw you in that wig, that's who I thought of. I thought of Kit Boga.
I'm gonna have to get a pair of glasses for the Marx Brothers to make it
Yeah.
and the mustache to make it look more.
Well, you
official.
need to get one of them horns too. That was it Harpo? I think his name was Harpo. Yeah, the one that's blind. That he I think he had the horn. He couldn't talk. He always tooted the horn.
Yep. Yeah.
And I was really little when that was on. I'm trying to remember. I remember it, but I tried to. Yeah, it was a while ago.
It's been a while back. I didn't watch much of myself.
I text Mike from Mike vs. Everyone, and I sent him the link. I told him, I know your internet's kind of messed up, but I sent him a link anyway and said if you get a chance or if you want to give it a try or whatever, and then I told him if not, it's cool. I get it. So
yeah,
hopefully he'll pop in.
I know that'd be nice. My cat is bugging me and he won't be quiet, so I'm gonna stick him here in my lap.
Well, he took care of some of this good medical info too.
I guess.
Yeah, but Cat's got 9 lives, so they're not worried about it.
That's true.
Yeah.
Wouldn't think about that.
He got hit by a car and got rolled one night.
Oh no!
Scared.
Really?
Oh, he was fine. He was fine. He was just he was sore, but he was fine. I took him to the vet and had him checked out. But so at least there's one life gone.
Right.
But he's young, so he's got time to spend the others, I guess.
Better use them other 8 lives carefully, huh?
Yeah.
Choose wisely how you want to waste them.
Yeah, you be a good boy, okay? Yeah. Anyway, well, how many are on right now?
15.
Oh, good. I have a strange request. Well, it's not that strange, and if you don't feel comfortable with it, then don't worry about it. But if it would be okay, I'd like to start with a prayer.
Oh, that's great.
Absolutely.
Is that okay?
You ain't kidding.
Okay.
That's fine with me.
I would feel uncomfortable without it.
Okay, cool. I had a lot of issues with my internet yesterday and today, and I just want things to go smoothly, and I want to make sure that I, say the right things that people need to hear. So anyway, I'll go ahead and say it if that's all right.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah.
Okay. Our dear Heavenly Father, we are grateful to have this opportunity to meet together. We pray for thy spirit to please be with us. We pray that everything will function properly with all of the electronics and that we might be able to do some good tonight. We ask for thy blessings to be upon everyone who is with us this night. And these things we say in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Thank you. So you want me to jump in, or do you want to discuss something else first? Or
no,
I was going to ask you a question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
In 2018, I had lung cancer and had the upper right lobe removed of my my right lung. And during that operation, they did it with a robot, and the robot arms, whatever, hit the sac of my heart, and somehow or another messed up my heart. And also, while they were doing it, they messed up a lot of nerves inside my chest with the arms of it. And they told me that both those things will be with me forever. So I have to take painkillers, and I'm just wondering what is something that's good to use besides narcotics for pain relief.
Okay. That's one that I'm big on because I have fibromyalgia, so I'm always fighting pain. First one you probably won't like at all. Exercise.
Oh,
no. It doesn't have to be anything extreme. But when I hurt really badly, I'll go for a run. That's what works for me. But there's, just going for a walk or doing some yoga. I have a couple of programs on a DVD. I could probably send you that are just yoga, very simple. You sit in the chair kind of yoga. It is specifically for treating pain. That's an option. Let's see. Hang on. Let me grab this bottle and I'll show you. Hang on.
Okay.
Let's see. Where did I? Oh, okay. Are you guys familiar with kratom? I don't know if you can.
I have heard of it.
See that? I use that sometimes too. It's a leaf, usually from Indonesia, but it comes from different places around the world. But the red vein kratoms are good for pain.
Red vein.
Yeah, and there's this one is Bali, and Bali is a good one because this stuff it'll take away the pain. It usually lasts for me about 6 hours. And it takes about 45 minutes to kick in. But the Bali kind will give you a little energy with, and still treat the pain, where some of the other strains of red kratoms will kind of make you sleepy too. So it's a good one, if you're not using the Bali, it's a good one to take at night because it helps you relax.
Okay, so one of them's a red vein and the other one's a what? Blue vein?
The Bali, I don't know what kind of vein it is. I mean, the veins in the leaves determine, what kind it is, because there's white, there's yellow, green, and red. I just know the red has what are they called? The molecules in them. I can't think right now, but it's any of the strains that are red veined are the best for pain most of the time.
Okay.
And like with kratom too, if you take just a little bit, it's more energizing. And I know a lot of people use it for a pre-workout or, as a pick-me-up. But you take a little more, and that's when it helps with the pain. And I think, let me look on this. I know I take more than what it says because I've kind of built up a tolerance to it a little bit. It doesn't even say on this one. Usually about 6 grams is a good place to start. But you could even go, maybe half that and just see how you react to it and kind of titrate it from there, just see how it helps you.
Okay. I went, I was told I could probably find it at the smoke shops.
That's where I get mine. Well, at the health food store. I've ordered it online too. You can order it in bulk, and I used to put it in the capsules myself, but that takes so much time. I don't do that anymore. But you can get it, loose, or you can get it in the capsules. You can mix it with water and drink it, or you can just take the capsules. They even have little liquid shots you can get of it. But there are all kinds of websites online where you can order it too. I'll give you a list of the good ones. I'll send it to you because there are some companies you don't want to order from because the places where they get the leaves from, the ground's kind of contaminated and there's a lot of lead. And so you don't want to mess with that. But I know the good ones. I'll send you a list if you'd like it.
And it really works.
It helps me. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It'll, I'll get to where I can't even think and I get really angry and ornery and I'll take some of that
Typical
and
woman,
what's that?
That's a typical woman, are you?
Yeah.
I'm just teasing, Heather.
But so it's
I know.
it's also like a natural energy too, right? Without having to go drink coffee or soda.
Yeah, the green is really good for energy. Well, the yellow, the white too. They even do a combination one that they call blue. That's like a combination of all of the veins, and that one is good for pain as well. But you just have to kind of play with it and see how your body reacts to it to know how much to take. And the first time I took it too, I had to lie down because it started to feel a little queasy from it. But it doesn't do that to. I've talked to a lot of people that my husband works with that use it because they're all coal miners, and so they've all got injuries and and pains, and they use it at work. And I haven't heard anybody up there complain about nausea from it. So, just
And I have to be real careful about what I take here too, because I have to go to a pain doctor here right now, and I don't want to. The problem is I can't try the marijuana, the gummies or anything else, because then I would be kicked out of my doctor's office for using that. And I don't know about kratom, if it's legal or not.
I don't know about you're in Texas, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember. I know there's a couple of states where it's illegal. So we'll have to check that out too.
Yeah. Oh, I'll check it before I did. I mean, I know they sell the marijuana. Not it's in I forgot now what they called it, but it's legal down to like 0.02% or something like that. It's real weak, but it's still enough to be detected in your system,
Yeah.
for 30 days. And so
that's so crazy that they make those rules, because the marijuana, especially for people with PTSD and injuries, like returning vets, the marijuana it helps them better than anything else. That just makes me angry.
I've heard so many people say that, but I've also heard a lot say that it didn't help them at all. I guess it depends on the person, what kind of pain they got and all.
Well, yeah. Well, and they should go to here in Utah, we have a medical cannabis program, and I use that too. And I have a great pharmacist that I go to, and they sit down with you the first visit and go through all the medications that you take. They go through everything and get to know you, and then they make recommendations, and you try it. You try a couple of things, come back and let them know, and they really help you figure out which one works. Some strains are good for even schizophrenia. There's all kinds. There's so many strains that are good for so many different things that I would, it's worth checking out if you can. There's something else that might help too. It's a component of marijuana. It's like one of the cannabinoids. It's not CBD, but CBG. And it's very anti-inflammatory. And I know you can get down by one of the pharmacies here in Utah, there's a smoke shop that sells the little vapes. Like I have, this is the marijuana, the concentrate, just the vape pens, but they sell these cartridges with just the CBG, and that stuff, because it gets rid of inflammation, it gets rid of pain. And that would be probably a good alternative for you too, is just the CBG, because there's no THC in it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I've never heard of that CBG.
Oh, it's helped me so much. Like it does. There's a lady here in our town that uses the medical marijuana, but she makes sure it has the CBG because she's got multiple sclerosis, and she can walk without a cane now because of the CBG, because it does so many things. It's a great alternative, I think. So something to look into.
I know I need to find something else because it's not, I don't know what all that the pain meds that they give out do to you, that you don't know about. I know the mental things they do, but I don't know about the long-lasting medical issues. And I don't know if anyone does or not.
Oh, it's hard to know. It's so individual,
Yeah, believe it or not, I've got two granddaughters that are both registered nurses. And, but they won't even talk to me about it. What they want to do is for me to go to a doctor and talk to the doctor. I said, well, I'm already doing that. I'm asking your opinion. But anyway, one of them I hadn't spoken to very much to her about it at all, but now the other one I have. But I know they don't generally do much good because they always want to defer to the doctor, I don't know.
Yeah, well, they're probably just trying to cover their rear ends and keep their licenses,
Could very well
not get into trouble.
Yeah, I would imagine that's what it is.
Which reminds me, I need to read a statement before we get any further.
Uh-oh.
So that we don't get into any trouble, okay? This is my disclaimer here, okay?
Okay.
Okay, anything that we go over tonight, this is intended only for educational purposes, okay? The information that I'm going to give you is not a substitute for medical training or licensed medical care, and the information has not been approved by the FDA, and nothing contained in this stream tonight should be construed as claims to diagnose, treat, or cure any disease. So there we go.
Perfect.
All done.
I'm glad you did that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Whew, glad I remembered that because I don't want to get into trouble.
Take a load off Steve's mind and back at the same time.
Yeah.
Even though he's got one running at the bottom there, another one never hurts.
You know what? There's one more thing off the top of my head I can think of. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, it's right here. Okay. I threw everything on the couch behind me. This is an herbal supplement. It's just arnica, and it's got a bunch of other things in it. I'll take a picture of the bottle and send it to you so you can look at it. But arnica is really good for pain, and you can use it in rubs like on the outside of your body. I use it, when I'm done with if I've had a really long run or something and I'm sore, that helps. But you can take it internally too. And I just put 2 of these under my tongue, and sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't. But that's something you could look at too, is arnica.
Arnica, Arnica.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yep.
Arnica. Let me write that down right quick. So I'm making all kinds of notes here.
Me too.
And then the thing my mother does, she's a mess, poor thing. She's had all kinds of spine surgeries and she's always hurting. And her favorite at night is red wine, but I wouldn't do that long term.
Well, hey, if I drank enough of it, I'm good.
Mine is Heineken.
Heineken, yeah, that's
I'm
Steve's.
46 years old and still going strong.
You may be going strong at 92 too.
Did you find any Heineken the other night?
Yeah, at party stores. Yeah, just gotta go to like small party stores, and they have like 2 or 3 12-packs left. And
wow, so you had a little bit.
I might have to start driving out further away pretty soon because I already covered all the party stores close by.
Have you got Heineken tonight, or what you drink tonight?
Yeah, I got Heineken. Yeah.
Oh, good for you. Good for you. Wouldn't want to see you drinking that off-brand stuff,
Right. I don't even know how to act. It's like the bottle's different and the color and the taste. And I'm just like, what is happening right now?
Can't get a decent nudie. By the way, give us a nudie there real quick.
What's that?
Give us a nudie.
Oh, a nudie.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll look the same when don't have the sunlight behind.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful nudie.
Just freshly open too. They haven't even
Woohoo! The only thing I think beer's good for is making bread, but that's just me.
Oh, I used to be a beer drinker and a half, but man, I'm telling you, I was so out of whack, I had to quit drinking for my own safety and for that of everybody around me. But I loved it, man. Couldn't get enough of it. It's probably what's wrong with me nowadays. Had too much.
You guys seem pretty good to me.
Well, good.
Okay.
That coming from a beautiful young woman works for me. How about you, Steve?
I'm not young. I'm a grandma. I'm not young.
Well, you can be young and still be a grandma.
Yeah.
True.
We'll put it this way. My son is 29 years old, so.
My daughter's 30. My oldest.
Think of the math on that one, though. I was 16 when he was born.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I was 17 when my son. We're running close race there, Steve. How old were you when your son or daughter was born?
I was 21 with my first one.
Oh, you were an old lady, wasn't you? I mean, when you compare it to.
I still didn't know what I was doing. Anyway.
I have a question. Were you more prepared being that you were a little older than Steve or I when you had your first child? I mean,
I think
Steve
so.
was 16, I was 17, you were 21. So, yeah, you'd almost have to be.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I mean, but I was the oldest in my family, so I knew, with little brothers and sisters, I knew what to do with babies. I learned. So I don't know. I felt pretty prepared.
Were you a nurse at that time?
I was in nursing school
Okay.
at the time.
Well, so you were really prepared. I mean, even in nursing school, you had to be. They had to give you a boost,
Yeah, it was a lot easier, number two, just because I had some nursing experience and I felt a little calmer. First one scares you to death.
Oh, tell me about it. I was scared to death of mine. I don't know how my wife felt, but I was scared to death.
I wasn't. I was still a kid. I didn't know what the hell was going on. I just kept partying. And then something called child support happened, and I'm like, oh shit, I got to take this serious, don't I? And then I became a plumber. Literally, if my son wasn't born, I wouldn't be a plumber right now. It's the only reason.
Don't blame it on him.
That's why my husband is.
I'm thanking him.
Well, that's why my husband is a coal miner. He was a high school teacher, basketball coach, but we were both married previously. So, we both have kids from previous marriages. And when he saw how much child support he was going to have to pay, he became a coal miner.
Well,
she can't make money teaching.
I was going to ask you about that the other night, and whatever reason I didn't. But you're in Utah, right?
Uh-huh.
I didn't know they had coal mines in Utah.
Yeah.
There are coal mines.
We're in central Utah, and there's one. The one my husband works up at is in Salina Canyon. There's quite a few around the area. I'm trying to think. There's Skyline, and I can't even remember the names anymore. But there's quite a few, and a lot of I know California buys a lot of the coal that they produce here for their electricity. So I hope he doesn't get laid off.
Oh, I heard that.
Jeff here had a question for you. If you can explain how to use CBD oil as a cancer prevention tool.
Ooh, that I don't know too much about. I know that it has to be highly concentrated. But I haven't looked into it that much. I have a friend that has cancer, and I know she knows a lot more about it. I can check with her. I can ask her about it. I don't know much about it.
I have tried the CBD oil. I was told it works good for pain. I couldn't tell it did anything. It's also a portion, so.
Yeah. Well, the thing with CBD is you have to take it every single day. You can't skip, and it takes a while for it to build up. And it's one of those things where you don't, it's so slow as far as what it helps that you don't notice it until you stop taking it.
I never could tell if it was when I was taking it or when I stopped. And when I was taking it, I took it for a good 2 or 3 months every day.
Oh, so then it should have helped then if it was going to help. I know that with a lot of the CBD oils, the molecules are too big to get into your cells. They need to be smaller, or they have these patches with CBD that you can put on topically on your skin, and then it's absorbed right in it. And that works for me, where just taking the oil does not work for me. Okay. I know there's a kind of CBD that is that they make it's in smaller molecules so that it can get in where it needs to go, but it's really expensive. I can't afford that every month.
That's about the way I felt about the stuff I was buying. I mean, and I was getting it from the pharmacy where I get everything else. And man, I'm telling you what, I don't remember what it was. It's just a tiny bottle, and but man, it was high.
Yeah.
And it only lasts about 2 weeks. So.
Oh boy. So yeah, it gets expensive. And then you have to be careful too. You know, you have to look into how they extract the CBD out of the hemp or the marijuana or whatever they're taking it out of too. You have to be careful of that.
Yeah, I don't know how to check. I sure didn't know how to check then. I don't know how to check now. You know, I was just going by what the pharmacist said, you know, which I should have known better, but I didn't. I did it anyway.
Oh dear. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not much help on CBD. I don't know a lot about it.
Well, I sure don't.
I can let me write that down for Jeff. I will look into it. I'll call my friend and ask her what she knows about it, because I just, last time I talked to her about it, she said it was really expensive and she couldn't afford it because they have to have a lot of it and it's very concentrated for it to work. But that was a while ago, so I'll ask her.
Okay. Laura Spike is saying for cancer, B17, B15, Podiarco, turmeric with 95% curcuminoids.
Oh, curcuminoids. Yeah. Oh, I was just thinking too. That's another one I'd forgotten about, and I don't have any here, but I'll send it to you. I gotta write this down. I need to send you the arnica stuff. There's a company called Terry Naturally, and the guy, Dr. Terry, he came down with fibromyalgia and had to figure out how to get himself out of pain. And he has come up with some of the greatest formulas. And I mean, they test this stuff in the labs and forever. I mean, they guarantee that it's going to work. And if it doesn't work, they give you your money back. And they make this stuff called curcumin, which is concentrated turmeric. It's the curcumin out of the turmeric. And it's anti-inflammatory. And that's really good for pain too. It's kind of expensive though, darn it. So I use it when I'm really bad. Because they make it in these tablets. But they also make a really concentrated kind in these little gel capsules for acute pain. And I really like that one, but I just save that for when things are really bad. But it's really helpful. I'll send you the info on that too.
Okay. And I have a friend that he talks about dandelions, I believe it is, being a good source for, I think he said it's pain relief.
Yeah, because it's anti-inflammatory. There's a lot of herbs that, like, I'll just, let me write this down. I'll get a list of you know, and you could try quite a few different ones, but mullein is a really good one for pain too. You know, those big bushes that grow all over the place, everywhere.
What's it called again?
Mullein. It's MULLEIN, I think, or IEN. It's just it's all over around here. I know it's all over in Montana. When I was up there, I know it's in Tennessee because I've seen it when I've been in Tennessee too. But in fact, I need to go harvest some tomorrow. You just pull the whole thing out of the ground and you use the roots and everything. And I can make. I'll find the video and send it to you. You can make a decoction from mullein leaves, and that's really good for pain too.
Yeah, that's about the same thing I hear about the dandelions, the whole plant roots and all. And
yeah,
you can make tea and all from it. And by the way, this is Laurel that was telling me this, Steve. You know, you remember Laurel?
Yep.
Yeah. Laurel was telling me about all this stuff. And I'll tell you, Laura's is so deep into this kind of crap. I mean, man, you know, and it's a guy, but
sorry. Good for him.
I'll tell him you said thank you, darling, and thinking he was a girl.
I used to sing with a girl with that name, so I just automatically thought.
I hear you. Hey, I do that all the time, calling men women and women men. But you don't know, you know, with the names, you know, it's kind of hard to tell sometimes.
Yep.
Kind of hard to tell all the time.
I know, it's like looking at somebody, you can't tell half of the time.
For darn sure, nowadays you can't tell 2/3 of the time.
Oh man.
But he is, man. I'll tell you what, he's a very smart guy, and he's really deep into gardening of all types, plants of all types. And it's not that I don't trust him. I do trust Laurel, but I like to get, opinions from a couple of different people. And another thing for me is I'm pretty sure I'm allergic to dandelions.
Oh.
I think. I wouldn't swear it, I'll never check for it. But I know when I first heard about it, dandelions being good for cancer and stuff, was when I just found out I had cancer. And so they was telling how to make the tea and everything. So I went out and believe me, I got plenty of dandelions in my yard. So I went out and dug up a few and made me some tea out of it. Oh, and the first sip, I mean, not only did I get sick, but it tasted so awful.
It's nasty.
It is. It could have just been my cooking. I don't know, man, but
it's nasty.
That ain't the right word for it. I don't think a turd would have tasted much worse. I don't want to check that to find out, but I don't think it could.
Oh goodness. Well, I've got oodles of books over here with herbs. I mean, I went and learned, pharmacology, because of nursing, but I'm so turned off of pharmaceuticals anymore. I'm looking at the herbs more and more, and I only go to the pharmaceuticals when I have to anymore. It's just, there's too many side effects and.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, while we're on, I just want to ask you one more question about me, then I'm going to shut up about me. We'll go to other stuff. But like I said, when they did the surgery, they bumped into my heart or something. And so now I have to take a pill called diltiazem, however you say it, twice a day, 30 milligrams. And it does help. It stopped the crazy heartbeat completely. But I'm afraid it's going to stop my heartbeat altogether, and I don't want that to happen. But I'm just wondering if there's anything you know of that might, be good besides that crap.
I'll look it up. I'm just getting started with the herb thing. I haven't been studying it that long, but I have a really good friend that I met that is a master's level in herbs. I mean, she's good, and I can call her and ask her too what she thinks.
Great. All right, then just drop me a line and let me know, and I'll be looking for your emails.
Let's see, let me write this down. I don't want to word it. Okay.
What's weird is you never hear of any of these pills until you need them. And then when you need them, I tell you, I took myself off of those diltiazem one time, and I was good for about 2 weeks, and then my heart went crazy again. And believe me, I rushed right back to them and started taking them again, and it's calmed down ever since then. I've not had one problem with it.
They really damaged your heart, didn't they? That's insane.
They did something to it, but when I asked the surgeon about it, he says, well, it happens in all of them, because he's talking about the arms of the robot being so long, and the way they had to go in, they can't keep from bumping into your heart sac and everything. And I said, well, maybe they should shorten the arms of the robot. I don't know, but when you go to messing up people's hearts and all, that's
dangerous.
No kidding.
Wow. I'm sorry you had to go through the whole cancer thing. That's just ugly.
Well, if I would have known all this is going to happen, I think and at the time I was taking I got this health mixture from a health food store, and I can't remember what that's called. Let's see. If I try to say the name now, I'll butcher it because I don't remember exactly. But when they first did the scan on found the tumor in there, it was like 3 centimeters, or whatever it's called. And when I've been taking this for, 2 or 3 months, however long it was, they did another one, and it was down to 2 point something. It was smaller. And so they were telling me how bad I had to have the surgery and all. And I said, well, the x-rays are showing it shrunk. Why do I need surgery so quick? Because I was wanting, try this out, longer.
Yeah.
And I can't, but they said, no, you need to have it now because it's what they call small cell. I don't remember, small cell something. It's supposed to be the most virulent kind.
Yeah. I lost my dad when I was 17 to cancer. It's not fun.
No. But I wasn't really having any symptoms. I wasn't having any pain from it or anything. I was just having it. I felt kind of like I was pregnant. I was getting up sick every morning.
Oh, wow.
It's just, and anger was off the scale, how quick you get angry, and just blow up.
Yeah.
And that was supposedly one of the symptoms that one of the cancer doctors told me. I don't remember which one it was. There's so many of them I had to see then. But so when he told me, I said, you mean to tell me that temper is one of the symptoms of cancer? He said, yeah, it can be, because it puts out all these cells or whatever that it's not supposed to. And so it can make you do things you normally wouldn't do.
Yeah.
That's what,
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Fortune thought said, I just said men can get pregnant. You heard it here first, Fortune. Breaking news on the show.
Oh, God.
SEX, that's it. Thank you, Cindy.
Oh, SEIT. Yes. Yes. Yeah, it helps your body get rid of all of the stuff that the chemo and the radiation kill. It helps your body get rid of it. It helps it helps that all work better.
Yeah,
but it's nasty.
Well, I tell you, it ain't near as nasty as dandelion tea.
True.
But it helps it was shrinking the cancer before I ever even had anything done. The tumor was shrinking. And that's what I was drinking, is Asiac tea. Yeah. Thank you, Cindy. That's exactly right. But yeah, I mean, it's all I would say is for anybody that's going through cancer, lung cancer, and that's the only thing I've had. I don't want it again or any other kind. But if you're going through that and if the tumor any larger than what mine was, and you got a little nerve, we'll go ahead and keep trying that Asiac. That woman that was trying that stuff, or that first came up with it, she was using that on a terminal cancer patients. All the doctors this time, wherever she was located at, were sending all their patients to her, but they had to be proven to be, terminal.
Oh,
so
wow.
they were sending all their patients to her, and she cured that Asiac tea, cured every one of them. And of course, she had a doctor working with her too, I guess, writing everything down right. But anyway, it cured every one of those people, and they took the doctor that was working with her, they took his license away from him because he was working with her.
Dang it.
And she started making it up in a bathtub and feeding it to people. Still cured them. So that's where this came from.
Wow. So did she use it in combination with chemo, or was that the treatment? Was the Asiac?
It was just Asiac.
Oh, see, I always heard of that it was an adjunct to chemo. I didn't realize that wow.
Well, now, all these people had already been through all that. They'd done everything. And so she was just treating with the Asiac. They more or less sent the people to her to die, because if they wanted to try anything else, that's fine, And at that time, or even nowadays, it's not outlawed anywhere. It's legal. It may cost you a ton of money, but you can get it. But I was definitely buying plenty of it and taking exactly like you were supposed to take it, and my tumor was shrinking according to their X-ray.
Yeah. Perhaps you should have had a second opinion or something.
that's what I should have done.
You know, that's what. Yeah, if it ever comes back, you know, get second and third opinions.
Oh, I'll
You know,
definitely get a second.
Yeah, it's a pain, but you know, it's worth it.
And I know when the first time I went to the cancer doctor, it was a lady, and she told me that I would probably have to wind up taking chemotherapy. I said, I'm not taking any chemotherapy, I'll tell you right now. And she had a bottle hanging up there on the tree, you know, and didn't have anything in it, but it was one of the bottles.
Mm-hmm.
I said, well, once you pull that bottle down and read on it, it'll tell you on there that it causes cancer itself. And she wouldn't take it down and read it, so I guess she knew, you know, what I was saying was true. But I was hoping she would, in case it was some kind of a chemotherapy that didn't have it in there, or that wasn't cancer causing. But she didn't, so. But, girl, I tell you what, that's oh man.
That's not fun to go through.
No, it ain't.
And it's, you know, it seems like cancer is just epidemic. There's so many people in my own family that have either had cancer or have died of cancer, and so many people I know that have it. It's crazy. It's everywhere.
There's all the food and the water. They basically poison everything nowadays. Is the problem.
Yep.
You know, I was reading, and I don't remember where I read this at. There was I believe it was J.P. Morgan that was the one saying this. It was either him or Rockefeller one. Said that they're going to poison us every way possible, through our food, through the water, even through our clothes.
Yeah.
Now, they poison you through the clothes. I haven't figured out yet, but that's what he said. So if there's a way,
I believe that. Well, first of all, you know, anything that's not synthetic, you know, if it's not cotton or linen or tencel or, you know, some natural fiber, then it doesn't allow your body to breathe properly. And so toxins can back up, because your skin, you know, can detoxify, just like, you know, just like your kidneys or your liver. And, you know, so if there's something impeding, you know, your skin that way, I mean, that's one way. But then I ordered something that came out of China. It was a sweater. And when it finally arrived, it smelled like chemicals. And I just threw it out. You know, there's something really, really wrong with it. And
there's no telling what they put in there.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, I won't.
It sounds like you're talking about stuff like a nylon, rayon, and all that kind of crap they made for people to wear back.
Yeah, synthetic stuff doesn't let you breathe.
Yeah.
And the other thing is that what you wear on your feet can be a big deal too. You know, because our bodies run, you know, we have our own electrical system through our body. You know, your body runs by electricity. And if you get too much static trapped in your body, you won't be able to sleep at night. It'll start causing all kinds of issues. And so it's really important to, you know, get your shoes and socks off and walk around in the soil or the grass or something. You know, the sand at the ocean is the best place. Lucky Steve.
No
but
kidding.
It helps the electricity flow in and out of your body. And you know, that's another way that you can get poisoned. I mean, I know that was it Japan? The children weren't allowed to wear rubber-soled shoes because it would trap the electricity in their bodies. And they understood that, like decades ago, they understood that.
Yeah. We know there's something that now they're calling grounding, where there are a lot of channels anywhere advising people to go out, you know, and walk around their yard barefooted, or, you know, just sit in the yard with your feet on the ground, barefooted, of course. And because the earth puts out energy, you know, that's in perfect team with the human body.
Yeah, so, the Schumann resonance.
Yeah, exactly. And so when you do that, it helps your body heal. You know, it's supposed to give you more energy and everything. And maybe that's why I had so much energy as a kid, because we was always barefooted. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe so. I know I forget about it. I just get so busy running around taking care of everything, and there'll be a couple of nights in a row where I can't sleep, and then I'm like, oh, I need to go outside and walk around barefoot. And that'll do it. Walk around for 10 minutes if you can't sleep, and there's a good chance you will after that.
Well, yeah. I was reading one guy. He said that he had heard about the grounding, and so he was just wanting to test it out. And so what he did was drove a metal stake in the ground, kind of like you was going to ground electricity or something too. And he ran a metal copper wire from that in through his bedroom window. And at night he would hook it around his toe, his big toe. But he said it made him feel so much better.
Hey, that would work.
Yeah. I mean, now this is what he was saying. Yeah. I don't want to take these people serious or not, but what's it going to hurt to try?
Exactly. Oh, I love it. You're just covering a lot of the things that I wanted to talk about. You're awesome.
Well, good. Well, I didn't mean to rob you of them, though. I mean, you got to be able to add more to them than what mine just old poor boy rants. But I do think people need to get out of their shoes and if nothing else, sit in the yard for a little while every day and just try it.
Excuse me. Well, I kind of take it a different approach than a lot of nurses, because I feel really strongly that your mental and your spiritual health are just as important as your physical health, and they're all interrelated. They're all connected, and if there's something wrong in one, you're gonna see it in the others as well. And I feel really strongly about that. I know with gosh, which one should I start with? Spiritual health. I think that's a good place to start, because we know from the Bible we're in the last days. It's very obvious. We are being slammed right and left, with evil from every corner, and it takes its toll. So if I feel really strongly about people having a relationship with God. You can do that. You can get very close to the Lord. It takes some work. It takes, daily prayer, daily scripture study. You have to learn what it is to feel the Spirit. You need to be able to recognize that. But, today more than ever, we need to have the Spirit of the Lord with us, for discernment. We really need it. I don't know how we can survive through the next decade without it, and I feel really strongly about that. So if I don't think it matters. Well, I do, but I don't think it matters what your religion is. The Lord's going to hear you pray, and he's going to answer those prayers, Maybe
not right away, but he'll answer them.
Yeah. I've seen, and I'll tell you this too, that God is a God of miracles, and miracles have not ceased. I have seen too many things in my life personally. They're absolute miracles. I mean, with just myself, even, my own health, all the things I've been through. I know that he hears our prayers. I know he answers them. Sometimes they're not the way we want them, but they're all, I know that, God knows the end from the beginning. Mm-hmm. He knows everything, and he can't, he sees everything. We don't know the whole picture. We don't understand. We have to develop trust in him. And, even when there are, if our prayers aren't answered the way we want, it's important to see, just be patient and find out why. And I also feel really strongly that, any kind of bad circumstance you might find yourself in, if you can change it in your head and look at it as not a problem, but an opportunity for growth, that can really change things for you as well. And just because something's tough does not necessarily mean it's bad at all. It's an opportunity to learn, to grow, and to get closer to the Lord, and learn to depend on Him spiritually. I feel so strongly about that.
I agree 100%, by the way. And you're preaching to the choir here, I can tell you for sure. I definitely feel that way.
Yeah, I just, I feel really strongly about that. So, if you go to a church, I would, keep going, do that worship and spend that time on your knees and spend that time in scriptures. I think it's really important. And I promise, if you take care of your spiritual health and your mental health, your physical health's going to be better automatically, and we really need to take care of all three to be able to get through the times we're in. I feel really strong about that. And, people might disagree with me, but so be it. We all have our opinions, and it happens fine.
I don't disagree with you. I can tell you that for sure. Well, that's where the holistic doctors came in at. There's not one around here, at least not that I can find anymore. I don't know what happened to all of them. I know there was some years back, but I can't find a holistic doctor here in my area anymore.
Really?
Yeah. I'm going to look again. The last time I looked was probably about a year ago, but there wasn't one in this area then. But I
have a great chiropractor that I go to here in town, and I don't necessarily go to him for any kind of adjustment. I go to him for other things because he has such a wealth of knowledge for herbs and supplements and things like that. But he understands, he looks at it the way I look at it, that, everything is interrelated as far as your emotions, your mental health, your, all of that. It's all related. And that might be an option for you if you can find a good chiropractor. They're a wealth of knowledge. They're awesome.
There's one close by here. I don't know if he's as good as yours is or not, but I've never been to him.
Yeah, the one here. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's kind of fun you bring that up because, and I haven't asked about one in a long time. The last time I asked a doctor about chiropractor, he said, "Oh no, don't go to them. They'll make you worse." But at that time, I was totally ignorant as to all this stuff that, is being said nowadays. I mean, this has been 20 years ago, at least. Now, I wasn't thinking about it. I don't even think this kind of stuff was being said then. But if I had known, I would have been a lot better off nowadays.
Yeah.
I didn't know. So.
And my grandmother, I grew up next door to my paternal grandparents, and my grandmother would go to the chiropractor all the time. And, I was, that was when I was a young kid. I didn't know any better, and I just thought she was goofy. The things that she would eat and the things she'd drink and things, I just thought she was weird. And now I'm right there with her,
Oh, I know. And when I was a kid, we made my mom and dad we'd pick the berries and everything, and bring them home, and my mom would make preserves and everything out of them. And I thought, well, why don't you just buy them at the store, because the ones that bought in the store, they were sweeter, they just tasted better. But now I know why they were sweeter and why they tasted better. Because they wanted you to buy that stuff because it's mainly crap.
Yep. Yeah, everything in our world is designed to kill us.
Exactly.
It really is. It's been engineered that way. It's on purpose. Oh, kitty, come here. Come here, bud. Anyway, just one other thought about the spiritual health is, the Savior is the master healer, and he's the one that took all of our pains and sicknesses, everything on him, all of our sins, he suffered for us. He knows, whatever we might be going through, he's already been there. He knows. And that's someone we can go to who truly understands. And that gives me a lot of comfort and a lot of faith in difficult times, just knowing that, but I always look to him and I look to his example. I keep pictures of the Savior all over the house, just because it's a comfort. And I just try to think of things, trying to look at people and situations through his eyes. What would he do and how would he handle it? And, it makes a big difference.
I know a lot of people have problems with believing in Christ and God. But the way I look at it, and the way I tell a lot of people sometimes, is where you got to look at it like you do like if you have a good friend that you're telling all your troubles to, and that good friend might have a solution to some of those problems.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know how else to explain Christ other than he's way better than any of those best friends you might have,
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's a good question, Heather. Do you have a YouTube channel?
I'm starting one.
Okay.
I haven't actually done it yet, but I was mentioned this to Steve earlier today that, if there's enough interest, because this is just kind of an introduction, trying to get people to think about, being medically prepared. But the classes that I teach, we go in depth into, respiratory diseases and how to treat them, and digestive and wound care, and how to do a physical assessment, that kind of thing. I could put those up online, if people are interested. Usually I get paid for it, but I was telling Steve today, that the way the world is, and as scary as things are getting, just because you can't afford to pay for that information is no reason to not get it. And so I just want to put it out there. If I can be of any help to anybody, I just want to put it out there. So if people are interested, I'm going to go ahead and start putting my classes online on my channel. The channel that I was going to start, I've been, ordering my equipment and getting everything ready, and I've been doing a lot of research. It's just for fibromyalgia and chronic pain was what I wanted to do, because that's what I deal with from day to day. And, I've learned so much over the last 6 years, in dealing with it. And that was kind of what I wanted to focus on. But I started thinking about it today, and I thought, what, I can throw that in there too, because it'll all work. So
yeah, well, when you get ready to start it, just let me and Steve know, and we'll do all it. Well, I speak for myself. I know Steve feels the same way. We'll definitely help you get it going.
You'll definitely start out with a bunch of subscribers.
Certainly will.
I love that. You guys are awesome. Well, I was telling Steve this today too, and Steven said, Steven. That's how I call my husband. I have to keep him straight. Steve.
That's my actual name, so.
Yeah, yours is a PH and his is a V.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, we both made the comment that it just, the Lord directs us where we need to go and whose lives we need to be involved with. And I honestly feel like meeting you two, there was a reason for it, and the timing's right. I don't know. There's somebody listening that needs to hear this. Is how I feel about it. So,
if there's one person listening needs to hear it, that's one that's more than enough.
Yeah, exactly. If I can just have one person, it's it's worth it.
Absolutely, that's exactly why I look at my channel. If I just get one person to listen, I'm doing all the good in the world. Or find one person that will, agree to disagree on a few things, and maybe, who knows, I might go over to their side, and then again, they might come over to my side, as a way of looking at things. But you never know if you try.
Exactly. And I was telling Steve too that there's a comfort in meeting with people who have the same ideas, and feel strongly about the same things, just because you can discuss ideas and you don't feel so alone, because if, people that watch too much television, and definitely too much mainstream news are always depressed and always scared, and they I don't know. It's, you know, you need to get away from that and get with like-minded people. And it's comforting. You don't feel like you're so crazy because pretty much, you know, I told my family one time, you know, I took out some aluminum foil and made a little hat and put it on and said, "This is me." If you know, because that's how, I mean, I've, you know, ever since I really woke up to what was going on around me, I've realized that conspiracy theories aren't theories. They're just conspiracies, you know, but so many people won't listen still, you know?
That's right. That's exactly the way. That's what I try to do is bring the conspiracies out in the open, and they're not theories the way I look at them. They're just, it's the truth that hadn't been told by the mainstream media yet and may not ever be told by them.
Yeah. Yep.
And I know a lot of people listen to my channel think I'm a total out and out nut, but you know, that's fine.
But you know, everything I have heard you talk about, every time that, you know, I've been able to listen in, I love it because I'm like, okay, I'm hearing it again, you know?
Yeah.
You know, because you know, when I hear something, until I hear it from a couple other people and from some people that give intel, you know, until I hear a couple of good sources that I trust, you know, that's when I start to go think, okay, maybe there's something to it. You know, I keep an open mind, but you know, so I get really excited when I hear you speak because it's all stuff that I've heard. We must listen to the same people.
Well, I bet we do. We more than likely do. Well, I know one thing, like I've said many times, I probably don't say it enough, but my channel is founded on Jesus Christ, and that's where I intend to keep it. Although I wished I could remember to say a prayer every time when I'm going off. I don't. It's just because I forget, and I wished I didn't forget. But I do because I don't know why I do it, but I do. I guess I'm just ready to go to bed most nights. I don't know. But anyway, I consider my channel founded on Jesus Christ, and that's where I want to keep it.
I love that.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. That's exactly who we need right now.
And you know, I think everyone knows that. You know, when you a lot of things that we all talk about, you're going to make mistakes every once in a while, and you're going to say something that's not absolutely correct or maybe totally incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it don't mean that you're telling lies. It's the last thing I want to do is tell a lie to anybody about anything. And it's not a lie to me. It's just the way that I see truth, or it's the way that it was told to me and that I believed at the time. And maybe it'll be wrong tomorrow. You know, be proved to be a total lie tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
But when I say it, to me, it's true. I'm not going to tell a lie.
Well, and you know, sometimes, you know, when you hear things too, it just you sometimes you just know when that person's speaking the truth too, because it resonates with you, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's and there's no shame either. If you get some bad intel and you repeat it, there's no shame in coming back and saying, guys, I was wrong. You know, there's no shame in that.
There's tons of things that I've been wrong about, and yeah, I have no problem correcting, you know, and saying, hey, I was saying this a month ago and I was wrong, you know.
Yeah, there's no shame in that at all.
A learning experience, all of it is, you know.
Yep.
Well, most of the things that I've told about that sounded way out there at the time, a month or two down the road, they've proven to be right on, you know. So and I don't think I've had to. Well, I had to retract one thing because I thought that this would all be over by now. Doggone it. You know,
I know.
But it's not. So, you know, I had to eat crow there, but that's the only, and I ain't going to do that anymore. So, but, and I don't know I hope Steve don't mind me saying, I don't know who you listen to. And if Steve don't mind me saying, well, I'll tell you one of the guys I listen to.
Uh-huh.
I don't mind.
Okay, it's Mike Penny, and he's got a well, a lot of times he's on Facebook under Legacy Marketing Network. I think it's Legacy Marketing, and then on Telegram, it's golly, he just got a new channel.
Now, what was his name again?
Mac Penny.
Mac Penny.
No,
Okay.
Mac, M-I-K-E.
Oh, Mike. Okay. Sorry, I
got
lost one of
you
my
got that.
hearing aids earlier this week, and I can't stand to have just one in until I get both of them back. I can't hear very well.
No, you just got that Texas slang.
Yeah, hey, there you go. Definitely got the Texas slang. Ain't no doubt about that. Now his Telegram channel is
Okay.
truthseekers88.com. And you talk about a guy that believes in Christ. Now he does,
Uh-huh.
but then
That's awesome.
they tell some. I tell you what, I don't even tell about half the stuff that I hear, because it's, and it's not that I don't believe Mac. It's just because that I'm afraid that the people that I'm talking to think I'm going, batshit crazy, so I don't do it.
I do the same thing, except for, just certain people I'll just tell them everything I've just heard. But yeah, most people you don't. Yeah, I know what you mean. But you know what?
Full of stuff I haven't told about.
I think you should go ahead and just say it. Just spill it all, because from what I understand, when they finally start to declassify everything and start to fill us in, we're going to need open minds, to take it all in, and a lot of people aren't going to be able to handle whatever it is they're going to reveal. So, get us ready for that by just spilling it all now.
That's absolutely right. And that's basically what I try to do, is just, I try to lay out the stuff that is that people can take, and try to build up from there, because I'm afraid if I put out everything that I've heard, and I'm so deep into it, I don't know how deep into it everybody else is.
And so I'm down that rabbit hole. I am so far down there, I can't find my way out. So
you ain't by yourself, believe me. You definitely by yourself to dig another hole to get out.
Yep. Or just keep digging all the way to China,
There you go. There you go. You get there and they speak a different language, and they couldn't tell you how to get out anyway. Let's stay in China.
Yeah, at least we could eat over there, That's
yeah.
What is it? Russia and China are the only places growing food right now, really. So
yeah, them in Russia, I'll tell you what, China,
they knew what they were doing.
They sure did. I'm telling you the truth, man. That Russia would have never went into Ukraine to begin with. They didn't know exactly what they were doing, and that's why a lot of it was to take out those labs and to get and to denazify it. But it was also to bring in this new monetary system. The gold backed money and all. So there's so many tentacles to this thing. It's crazy.
Yeah. And crazy. From what I've been hearing too, is that, the White Hats, Trump, everybody working with him had no idea how bad things were and how deep things went until they got down deep in it themselves. And that's why it's taking so long.
I think Trump did.
Have you heard that, or?
Yeah, I have. I've heard President Trump say that he didn't know this guy was bad or that guy was bad, and he wouldn't hire them. I think he knew all those people, exactly who they were, and that's why he hired them, because it's like the old saying goes, you keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Yep.
Exactly. I mean, that guy has read what's the guy that wrote The Art of War? I mean, he knows that book, and he knows Machiavelli very well. He knows his stuff. That's
Sun Tzu or something like that. I can't pronounce Chinese words anyways.
Yeah. I can't remember them. But yeah, crazy. But you know what? I went to say this at the beginning. We were saved to be here on the earth at this time. We're meant to be here. And we just need to believe that and trust ourselves and trust God and just be brave. We're going to get through this. We can handle this. We can do this. We're going to get through this. If we help each other, we can get through this.
I absolutely believe that. And I do, I always, most time before I ever go on to YouTube, I always say a little prayer and asking God to be with me as I present what I got to present.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of times I feel like what I'm holding back is because he wants me to hold it back.
Yeah.
I hold it because I'm wanting to, because I really don't want to. I want to spill everything I got.
Yeah. But if you feel constrained not to,
And
don't.
I do. Believe me, I would let her rip. And then a lot of it too, it can't be explained without explaining it straight up, and you have to talk in so many code words.
Yeah.
That is,
yeah.
it's just crazy. I mean, I got a whole story I could report right now, but I can't because it's just I can't talk on all this stuff. I have to be talking in a different language.
Yep.
Well, some people say I do anyway with my accent and all.
My mother's Australian, and so so half of my family has a weird accent, so I'm kind of used to that. It's just that I'm deaf right now.
So my accent and your deafness don't go together,
huh? I hate
Well,
getting older. This sucks. Anyway, let's see. Where were we? Oh, we were talking about Jesus Christ as being the master healer, and yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know. I think that's a good key right there is to look to him, and it's crazy how if there's something that I'm worried about, something that I keep praying about, it'll be just odd times, like I'm cleaning the toilet or I'm in the shower and a thought will come into my head, and when you can tell where thoughts come from, if it's yours or if it comes from something bad, if it comes from something good, you kind of know. And it's just crazy that the times that I've received inspiration, it just random times when I'm just doing mindless chores, but the other time is when I'm reading scripture. And it'll be reading some story, and all of a sudden something that you've been struggling with, you'll see a situation, a scripture story, and all of a sudden the answer will just jump right out at you off the page, and I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. And so I reiterate once again, get a good relationship with the Lord and stay close to him. Because if in times of emergencies, you need him. And, if you already understand the language of the Spirit, you're a lot better off.
Oh, absolutely. No doubt about it. At least I think you are. And I know some people don't, that's because some people don't believe in God, Christ, and that's fine. If they don't want to believe, that's what the country is all about, to believe or not to believe, so everybody's welcome to their own opinion and to go the way they want. But to me, Christ is the way. I mean, that's the way I was raised, the way I believe, and I ain't gonna stop believing now, regardless of what anybody else believes.
Yeah, that's how I am too. I'm just raised that way.
Yeah, and I don't, it doesn't bother me that if they're an atheist or whatever, I mean, it just don't bother me. I know where I am, and if they're happy where they're at, well, I guess that's good,
Yep. I feel the same way. I'm just going to love you anyway. I don't care. I'm going to love you anyway.
There you go. There you go. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm going to love you anyway.
And
I'll even be nice to the stupid BLM protesters. I'll even love them if I have to.
I don't know if I can go that far or not.
Well, you never know when someone might change their mind, or something you do or say might touch them and start a spark in their head that might bring change down the road someday. You never know.
Yeah, and the thing is that most of these guys, if not every one of them, have been paid, to be at these protests.
Yeah.
So that don't mean they got to go out. Oh, that there was a protests too that were held out in back, 2020, I guess, out in Oregon and California and everywhere, Minnesota, that a lot of those people there at the time were shipped in from the Ukraine. They were actual Nazis there, and
Oh, wow.
that's why they were so prepared and ready to do damage, to blind the cops, to kill whatever they could do. You know, that's what they were prepared to do.
That's just crazy.
It
That
is.
whole summer seemed to me like a bunch of demons just running around with it was just a free for all. Just destroy. That's what that whole summer seemed like.
That's basically what it was, no doubt about it.
Yeah, that was crazy.
And then the governors and the mayors won't allow the National Guard or anybody to be called in. I mean, why wouldn't you want the National Guard to be called in to protect your citizens?
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
it's because you're on the other side. That's the thing it could be.
Yeah.
You know? Otherwise, I don't get it. They had to be. And to me, a Nazi in any shape, size, or form don't believe in God, Christ, or any of the morals that we have in this country that our country was founded on.
Yeah. Yep.
You're right, progressive patriot. God has killed people, but the ones he killed were evil. The ones and the giants of old times and people like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's wow. We're in an interesting time. That's for sure. But, like I said, we can get through this. We can get through this. With God, with each other. We'll get through this. We'll figure it out. We'll survive. Yeah, there's really not much of a choice, is there?
There sure ain't. We got to get through it. You know what? I'm 72 years old, and I don't think.
Your mom's age.
Really?
Yeah, she's 72.
Well, God bless her. And I don't think God led me this far along just to, drop me like a hot potato.
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean.
Yeah, you still got stuff to do.
I hope. I know. I got stuff I want to do.
Yeah.
But it's definitely up to the man upstairs whether I get to do them or not.
Yeah.
Man, would y'all believe that we actually got rain in the area here in Texas today for the first? I don't even remember the last time it rained here.
What part of Texas are you in?
You know where Dallas is?
Uh-huh.
I'm about 30 miles north of Dallas.
Okay.
So
well, crud, next Spartan race down there, if I ever get to go to one again, I'll have to come and visit you.
Oh, yeah. Anytime. I hope you do.
That would be fun.
Yeah, it would. Maybe we can go have a glass of tea or something together. Steve's fine.
Yeah. What we need to do is just go to Oahu and just.
Hey, that's a good idea.
Both go and visit him in paradise. That would be awesome.
Yeah, just have a huge get together, barbecue, big party.
That would be fun.
He's got 2 spare bedrooms too, so wouldn't have to worry about a hotel room. Just
that would be fun. Excuse me a second, I need to let my cat out. He won't shut up.
Oh, sure.
He's driving me crazy. Come here, bud. Come on. Come here.
Party at Steve's in Texas this morning.
Go on. Do you want to go out?
That?
Come on. Let's go. Sorry about that. Anyway. Well, let's see. The next thing I wanted to talk about was mental health. I used to work on a psych unit, so I've seen all kinds of interesting things, but I've also been a patient. I have dealt with depression since probably about the time I was 10. From then on, and then I was in a really serious accident when I was 11 years old. I grew up on a farm, and there was a turkey farm near our farm, and it used the same dirt road that we used just to get home. And there were all these feed trucks always and water trucks driving up and down it. And there was a big cornfield in the way. It was in September, you know, hadn't been cut yet. And it was, grief, was it 82, I think? It was a long time ago. I was 11. And I didn't see the truck and I didn't hear it because I had a helmet on and, you know, I was listening to the engine of the motorcycle and he didn't see me and we collided and somehow I got caught underneath the truck. And I don't remember that part, but I got dragged down this dirt road. You know, it was a gravel road. And so it knocked my helmet off. So I had serious head injuries. I almost lost my legs. I mean, my body was just hamburger. It was a mess. And ever since I've had that head injury, you know, my mental health has been interesting. So that's one of the reasons why I haven't worked as a nurse for a while. Is just it was just too hard to be a mother and you know, deal with my depression and work all at the same time. It was just too much. But you know, it got really as I got my mid-20s, it got really serious, my depression. And I mean, I've been in and out of hospitals more times than I could even count. And I've had the shock therapy, had courses and courses of that and all kinds of stuff. And it just, you know, I feel really strongly about taking care of your mental health. And, you know, I'm really good now, and I've been really good now for, almost 7 years, you know, no more hospitalizations. I was able to quit a lot of the medications I was on. I'm just much, much better off. But, you know, there's so many.
You get off any medications, you're definitely going to be better off.
Yeah. Oh, they were just, I couldn't feel, I couldn't think, I didn't care about anything. And it was just, life was just horrible for a long time. And, you know, and in that time I'd gone through a divorce and anyway, it was really ugly. And I've seen it from both sides. I've been a nurse and I've taken care of people that have had some serious issues, but I've been on the other side too. So I feel like I have a really good understanding as far as, you know, just being compassionate to people and listening to them and, you know, and trying to help people understand that I really care and that I do know where they're coming from. I feel, you know, very strongly about that. But, you know, just because of all the things I've been through it, you know, and also, you know, the house I grew up in, we were really poor. You know, we were farmers. And, you know, we never went hungry. But we went with a lot of stuff. I mean, there were times when, you know, if we needed a doctor, we didn't go to the doctor. We went into town to a nurse that is doing what I do now, which is, you know, using the knowledge of herbs and medicine both, you know, to treat. And, you know, we'd go to see her, you know, instead, because we didn't have money to pay for doctors, things like that. You know, but because of, you know, mental health issues run on both sides of my family rather strongly. And I also had to watch my parents argue and fight, and it was really ugly. And I saw a lot of mental abuse from my mother onto my dad. You know, it was just really, really painful. And I think,
now, wait a minute, your mother was mentally abusing your dad? Is that what you said?
Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Nearly the other way around.
What's that?
It's normally the other way around.
Yeah, no, it can go both ways.
Yeah.
I'm not being like sexist or anything, but women are usually better at fucking with dudes' heads. You know what I mean?
I've seen it, and I totally agree with you. I completely agree with you. You know, after everything that I've been through and that I've seen, it's what I saw between my parents that still affects me, that I'm still trying to work through. It's bothered me more than anything. It hurts more than anything. And, you know, I'm still trying to work through some of the stuff. I've been able to get through all the PTSD I had from the accident, all kinds of other stuff, but it's crazy. I'm struggling. It's the stuff that happens when you're little, you know, that sticks with you more than anything. And, you know, I've had so many issues, and like I said, I've been on both sides, so I understand how important it is to take care of your mental health too. And
Here's a good question for you, Heather. Do you know anything
Uh-huh.
about Suboxone?
Suboxone.
Yeah, it
I know a
is.
lot about it.
Do you?
Well, just yeah, because I used to be addicted to opioids
I
really
did
bad.
too. I
Oh,
did
so that's what
too.
it's for? Okay.
Yeah, it is like you're still getting. You're, it's kind of like it's just maintenance therapy. You're still getting the opioid. It's just causing you so you don't feel like you have to go out and get another hit. It just kind of stabilizes you. But
Oh.
it's not cold turkey. You're still, you can't get by without
Yeah.
it either. And
Like
I never
you,
did it, but I know about it. I've given it to a lot of patients.
Well, it's something
slowly like
forever.
wean yourself off of it slowly. I mean, you start with like the highest milligram or whatever, and then
Mm-hmm.
over a few months you go a little less, little less, till you get to where to a point really where it's on your head. Like you could be taking anything, but as long as you think you're taking that little bit of Suboxone, your mind tells you that, oh, okay, you're good.
Yeah. So you just weaned yourself off of it then?
Nope, not yet.
Oh,
But
not yet.
I went from the highest to
Uh-huh.
I'm literally at like that a quarter of the lowest milligram strip, and I only take a
Oh,
quarter
wow.
of the one strip. So it's literally, I already know I'm at the point where it's in my head. Like,
Kudos to you
sometimes
though, because it's not easy to do that. It's not
it's
easy.
it's not.
Well, so
It's
that brings up a question. For me, does what's it called? Suboxone?
Suboxone.
Okay. Does it also treat pain, and do you have to take it forever, or do you have to if you've got chronic pain? How does it work? Is it
It's not for
urgent?
chronic pain. It's just for addiction
Yeah.
to
Well, I
keep you
would
from
imagine I'm addicted
relapsing.
as long as I've been taking it. Taking the pain meds now.
Right. But yeah, if you aren't like getting off of any like opioids or heavy drugs, and what I've heard, I don't know, but if you were to take a Suboxone Rani, you'd probably get sick.
You reckon? Okay. Well, then I don't want it.
No,
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I was just wondering if it might be something I could talk to the doctor about, because first I've heard about it.
No, it's definitely not for like pain. It really just takes away the withdrawals.
Yeah. Yeah. Keeps you from relapsing too. It's just
Right.
just like Steve said, he knows it better than yeah,
Well,
I never did it.
There was one time where my prescription was supposed to be refilled, but it didn't get refilled, and then it was like a Friday, and the doctor's office already closed. I had to go through the whole weekend without, and by the time Monday came, I was like, Nina remembers. I don't know how she'll ever forget, because I was like a crackhead times 1,000. It was just,
oh no,
it was the worst weekend of my life, and I've had some pretty bad weekends, but yeah.
No.
And it's
I'm
amazing
so
too, because
sorry.
then I finally got to the doctor's on that Monday, like around noon, and I guess he keeps them in his desk drawers, so he just handed me one, and like I put it under my tongue, and not even 10 seconds later, my whole body just went, oh, and I was fine, just like that. And it's just,
wow.
yeah, Progressive Patriot knows what I'm talking about too.
Yeah. I had an addiction to painkillers, prescription stuff. But I never had it where I went through withdrawals. So, but I've taken care of patients going through all of that. It's not fun. It's and when for a long time, that's how I dealt with things when things got bad, and it doesn't solve anything. It just makes everything worse,
Yeah.
It just makes everything worse. So
that's what I was doing. I mean, I've never stuck a needle in my arm or anything like that, but I was taking 18 to 20 Vicodins a day.
Oh wow.
plus fentanyl patches when I could get my hands on them, plus Percocet.
Oh wow.
I mean, any kind of pill with opioids or any kind of fentanyl. I mean, this was a while ago. Like fentanyl now, from what I hear, I'd be scared to touch that shit. But
Oh, no kidding.
I really don't know how I'm still alive, honestly.
Do you have any liver or kidney damage because of the quantities?
Actually, no, because what was it? It was about 2 years ago. Because my whole life, I never really had insurance, so I've never really been a person to go to the doctors. But I finally got insurance a couple years ago, and like it was right around when the whole coof shit started, and I went to the doctor and they did blood tests and everything, and I don't know how, but I guess I'm good. I mean, I really
That's
don't.
awesome.
You'd think my liver would be falling out of my ass by now, but God wants me here for something, man.
I was just gonna say,
you know?
I was gonna say, you are meant to be here. That's obvious. So you're meant to be here, and you know, it's these things we go through like that aren't fun, but you become who you are supposed to become through going through all of those tough things, you know. And you become very, you become very compassionate to people that are going through the same things too. So it's,
and you learn some serious lessons along the way. I mean, that's what life is. Just to me, it's a big teaching school. You know what I mean?
And you appreciate a lot of more things than that you didn't appreciate growing up.
Well, for darn sure. And you appreciate the things like a good wife, a good home, you know, things like that that might seem so minuscule when you're, you know, doing the crazy things. But then when you finally get some brains in your head, you know, for whatever it may take, you realize, man, this is where I belonged all along.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, if anyone here in chat, everything 10 years ago, you wouldn't like me. I guarantee you that. You'd be like, who is this asshole, dude? Like, I mean, I wouldn't say narcissistic, but I was just maybe a little. I was just I didn't care. I was just a dick. I had a horrible temper. I was just bitching I was miserable. And
you know,
even when I thought
I was being like that, you know, knowing how he is now, it's hard to picture him being like that.
I know.
Right? It's hard for me. Well, most of it's just a blur. But when I think back, I'm like, who was that guy? But but like you said, I believe everything happens for a reason, and like Ronnie said, you learn from it, and and like you said, you grow as a person, and
you really do.
You either become better from it, or you're just lost cause. I mean,
yeah, I'm a firm believer in taking those stumbling blocks and turning them into stepping stones.
Yep.
And I was just thinking too, you know, Mike that was going to be on with us tonight, you know, he was an addict. I don't know what his drug of choice was, but he was on the streets even. And, you know, look at him now. He's picked himself right up. I need to plug my phone in. It's going dead. Good grief. That was fast. Let's see.
Right.
But anyway, Mike, you know, picked himself right up, and look at him doing that awesome channel. He is a smart guy. The way that he can show us all the craziness and yet make it funny. I mean, he's I love him. He's just fun to watch. He is
a great guy. Because I found his channel on accident. I just was scrolling, and then I clicked on one of his videos, and right away I just felt that like connection, like something about like we have stuff in common. And then like 3-4 months later, when I like met him, not in person, but like over the phone and emails and talk, and then I found all that out, like we do have a lot in common, you know.
I know. I don't know why I found his channel either, but that's how I discovered you, because you, Steve, you were what's the word, sponsoring some of his shows, and he said look up his channel, and I did, and see, it was meant to be. Just was, and now we got Ronnie here too, and it's all good.
Oh, I'd curl the hair on y'all's head if I was to tell you everything about my life, but I ain't gonna. You know what I mean?
Come on. I've worked in a psych ward and I've been in a psych ward myself. Nothing is going to bother
You'd
me.
have to
And
go back
that's,
into one if you heard all my stories.
I don't think so.
Oh, you mentioned I was going to ask you a while ago. You mentioned shock therapy. How did they do
Uh-huh.
that? I mean, I've heard about it my whole life, but I don't know how it's done.
Yeah, they put you out. They give you a muscle relaxant. So you can't, it relaxes everything. You can't breathe. They have to, take care of all of that for you, but they knock you out for it. And then they put the electrodes. Well, it depends on what kind of issues you're having, what kind of depression and all that, and how bad it is. But they always gave it to me right here and here. They put the electrodes here and here when they do it on me, but they'd knock you out. It was creepy because they would, they'd lay you down on the gurney, get the IV started, and then they would put these things around your feet and ankles and tie your legs down. And then they do the same thing with your arms, because and that's where they give you the muscle relaxants, because when they give you the shock, your whole body goes into convulsions.
Yeah, that's what I
They
was
tie
thinking.
you down just in case, but usually the muscle relaxants, you can't really see. I've watched a couple of them done too, and you can't really see any movement, but they also make you put in a bite, a tooth guard thing to bite down onto. But they just knock you out and you wake up and you got a massive headache and you're kind of fuzzy for most people. It affects their short-term memory for a little while. And so you can't really be alone. You're not supposed to drive, stuff like that. I never had an issue with that, but it's wiped away some important memories of mine is what it did to me. So, I don't know.
What's it supposed to do?
Just kind of reset your brain. It brings
really?
it will bring you, a lot of people, it helps bring them out of their depression, and they do it for schizophrenia and different, in certain situations, they'll do it for other psych conditions as well. But it's usually, from what I saw when I worked, it was usually just the depression, really bad depression that doesn't respond to anything else is when they do it. It's kind of a last resort.
Yeah, I think that's one thing I've never had is depression. I mean, if I had it, I didn't know it. Isn't depression where you feel like there's always something bad going to happen to you, and you just have a kind of a shitty outlook all the way around?
Yeah, it can be. Sounds kind of like anxiety too, where you're expecting bad things to happen. But usually depression's more where I wanted to die all the time. In fact, I tried to kill myself quite a few times. There's so much pain. There's so much internal pain, and you're just so sad. You just can't stand it any longer. It's awful. You don't have energy. You don't want to do anything. You don't want to eat. You don't want to go anywhere. You don't want to talk. You don't want to do anything. You don't want to do the things you love to do. It's just, it sucks.
I've been there. And the thing is, I always wanted to die, but I could never attempt to kill myself. What I did was figured, well, it's not actually killing myself if I just keep popping these pills, and accidents happen. So then the way I'm not actually but it's all the same. But that was my way of thinking, I just wanted to die so bad. And like you said, I don't want to get out of bed. I don't want to talk to anyone. I didn't want to.
It's painful, isn't it? It's like you hurt so bad inside that you feel it physically. You have physical pain because you hurt so bad inside your soul. It's awful.
Well, something I wonder about, and that is, and the way I look at our beings, and that is, like you were talking about a while ago, our bodies are made up of electricity. That's how we run. And scientists always say, the energy can't be destroyed. So the way I look at it is, when our bodies die, our energy is left here somewhere.
Mhm.
And what I'm trying to say is, if, and I'm saying if, we could exist somehow as ghosts, or if we do exist somewhere as a ghost, a spirit, whatever you want to call it, well, then who's to say that if you do take your own life, or however you die, you don't bring those same pain, memories, and everything with you when you pass into the next life? You know, so to
I
me, that's why you try to take care of everything while you're alive to the best of your
Eg-
abilities.
exactly. I was always taught that, you know, if you don't resolve stuff here, you're taking that stuff with you. You can't take the material stuff, but you'll take, you know, if you have an addiction, or if you have, you know, like what you're saying, stuff like that, I think you take it with you. That's what I've always been taught. And I've
Now
also,
you cannot.
you know,
I
I've
mean,
also read a lot of near-death experiences,
mhm.
and you know, and I read the descriptions of, you know, what people see while they're on the other side, and the people that it was a doctor that I'm trying to remember the guy's name. I can't even remember his name right now, but he wrote a little book about his experience. And while he was out of his body, he kind of wandered around for a little while before he was returned to his body. And he went into a bar, and just the stuff that he saw there, it was crazy. And one of the things that he saw while he was in that bar, if I remember right, was there was a father who had lost, or it was a mother, I don't remember, but it was a mother or father who had lost their son to suicide, and they were in there drinking to try to drown their sorrows.
Mhm.
And the son that had killed himself was right there, just, you know, trying to do anything to get the attention of his mom or dad, you know, just say, I'm sorry, because they were in so much pain. And this person, you know, that had killed themselves had to see what he did to the family by offing himself. And he was in even more hell than, you know, for whatever reason he killed himself in the first place. So I would not want to, you know, be on the other side having committed suicide. It sounds like
No,
hell.
no
I
kidding.
just,
Uh,
ugh.
I agree, and the reason I brought that up is because I had a daughter-in-law that killed herself about, it's going on 30 years ago now, about 28 years ago.
Uh-huh.
And well, she had one son by her first marriage, and then her and my son had a son and a daughter, and they were all, you know, young, at 5 and down, and my granddaughter was the youngest. I think she was a year old. She was walking, however old she was, but they had an argument. From what I understand, it wasn't much of an argument, and but so my son gets up and leaves the house for a while, you know, to let her cool down, or let them cool down.
Uh-huh.
And while he's gone, she's talking to one of her friends on the phone, and she's telling her friend that she's going to kill herself.
Oh.
Her friend gets a call from somebody else, and tells her she's got to go because she's got to talk to this person, knowing that, you know, she's talking about committing suicide. So she's talking to this other person, and while she's gone, well, my daughter-in-law does commit suicide. Shot herself
Oh.
in the head with I think it was a 9 millimeter. I'm not sure exactly what kind of
Mm.
caliber it was, but I just, you know, and I know she came up, you know, here and talked to me and my wife many times, but she never let us know that she was going to even thinking about committing suicide. But she was letting us know about, you know, some of the things going on in her life, and I think she was trying to tell us in a roundabout way, you know, what she was talking about, but we didn't
Mhm.
get it. And so
Yeah.
that's what made me think, well, if you have so much pain, you know, when you, and of course most people don't even think about that. I wouldn't think. They think, well, when you leave this life, you know, you're home free, no more
Yeah.
pain or anything. But I'm just saying, you know, to people out there, you might ought to think again, because no one knows what's on the other side. You know, it
Yeah.
may be absolute darkness, nothing. You know, I have no idea. But then again, you may be bringing more problems with you by hurting yourself trying to leave this world.
Mm-hmm.
than you'd ever have if you stayed in it.
Yeah. Well,
God,
the Lord gives us all this beautiful gift of life and these amazing bodies. And He's the one that gave that to us. He's, in my opinion, the only one that should take us out, and if we are giving in and giving up, I think that's a definite sin, that's just because it's your own life. You weren't, it was the Lord that gave that to you. It's not really yours. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I mean, you have the choice, but I don't know. That's so sad too. It just, I'm so sorry.
I still feel sorry for my 3 grandkids. They all had to be raised without a mother, and and it really tore my son all to pieces. I know he hadn't got over it yet, even though he tried to say he has. I can tell he hasn't. And like I said, it's going on 30 years ago now.
Oh dear.
And, I mean, it's just been a mess. And not only did she mess up everything that was, could have been good in her life, she messed up everything that could have been good in her kids' lives too.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's just tragic that, and it happens a lot. Happens a lot, especially since COVID. People just get so discouraged and feel so worthless, and that's one of the areas where we get so beat up by these demonic forces. They try to convince us to do stuff like that, and that that life isn't worth it, and that we aren't worth it, and there's really such a battle of good and evil going on in every aspect of our lives.
There sure is, and there always has been. It's just more pronounced nowadays because the 2 sides have got the boxing gloves on for real, and they're going at it now.
Yep.
So
No kidding.
and we're right smack in the middle. So,
yep.
And
but
we're taking a few of those punches.
Yeah, we might take some punches, but I have full faith that we can overcome whatever we're meant. Whatever we're sent here to do, we can do it. We can overcome.
Oh yeah, well,
I've seen it.
I think the battle's already been won myself.
What's that?
I think the battle's already been won myself. But that's just me.
Yeah.
I think we're just being showed what happened. So we'll remember it, and hopefully teach our kids and grandkids, and then they'll teach theirs. What happened, and not to ever let it happen again.
Yeah.
Because we let all this start getting out of control back in right after the Civil War, when we should have we should have real tight control on our government. We didn't do it.
Yeah.
And ever since then, I mean, my generation, everybody else's generation since then has dropped the ball, and we just can't let it ever happen again.
But don't kick yourself too much though, because there's a lot of things we just did not know either. But
we didn't really know any of it. But that's the whole point. We should have known.
Yeah. These things, Constitution and values need to be taught, they need to be taught in the home.
Absolutely.
I feel so strongly about that.
Well, and when you see people that are on the news all the time, and believe me, if a man wants to become a woman or a woman wants to become a man, well, knock yourself out. But that shouldn't be, in my opinion, should not be being taught to kids. And a kid that is 8 years old should never be allowed to make, all their parents shouldn't be allowed to make that decision. If they want to be 18 years old or whatever the legal age is, well, go for it. But there's a kid here in Texas, 8 years old, that his mother is fighting. His father's against it, and his mother is for it. And the last I heard, the court had ruled in the mother's favor to go ahead.
Oh, yes.
This
child.
I
heard about that.
It's just absolutely awful. What is wrong with anybody that would want to have their son or daughter, you know, deformed like that.
Yeah.
Good grief.
Well, and all the hormones that they're putting in these children, we have no idea what the long-term effects are going to be, and sooner or later they're going to come to the realization that it doesn't matter what you try to do to your body, you either have XX or XY. And
That's
your
right.
body's going to do everything it can to try to keep the homeostasis, and to keep that like that. You don't know what's going to happen with all the hormones and the puberty blockers and the things that they're doing to kids. I think they're just opening a huge can of worms there.
Well, it's like when a kid goes up to their parents, it's like, oh, mom, dad, can I get a gun? And they're like, no, you're not mentally mature enough or responsible enough to handle something like that. Oh, well, can I vote? No, you're not mentally mature enough to make those kind of decisions. Well, I'm a boy, but I feel like a girl. Can I do this? Oh yeah. Like,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
Hey, T-girl, aloha. Nina was just asking about you, T-girl. How have you been? But yeah, to let these kids do, like, it's all mental illness to me on the parents' parts.
It is.
Yeah.
And
It
well,
really is.
it's that, and a lot of it is bafflement worship.
Yeah.
That's exactly what a lot of it is, because that's what bafflement is. He's half man, half woman.
Yep.
And so and that's an angel of Satan. And that's what
Yeah.
people really need to get a grasp on. I mean, the people that are against it really need to understand what is really going on in this country, and that's what it is.
Yeah.
You know,
When you get right down to it, it's just a spiritual battle of good versus evil.
it certainly is.
That's how I
exactly-
see it. I
It
see it
is.
kind of black and white when it comes right down to it.
That's how I see it too. And what else could it possibly be?
Yeah.
My goodness. And I just thought that when T Girl mentioned Michelle Obama's mother dying and left Michael's inheritance. Well, I don't know if y'all have heard or not, but I've seen this in several different places about Obama being the grandson of the guy that ruled Germany during World War II.
I heard that too. I heard that just recently.
And, yeah, and I definitely believe it, because there's just way too much evidence out there. There's a
Yeah.
video I was going to show hopefully tomorrow night.
Oh,
All right,
good.
well, I had to show it on my phone because I don't know how to do all that crap on the computer, but it's on there, and it's telling exactly how it all happened, who the daughter was of the leader of Germany, and so on and so forth. Angela Merkel was one of his daughters,
I was just going to say Angela Merkel was one of them.
and Theresa, whatever her name was the prime
Theresa
minister.
May?
Of England. Yeah,
Yeah.
of England was another one of his
Then-
daughters.
And then Trudeau, you put a picture of Trudeau next to the
Castro.
Cuban guy. Thank you. Yes, and dead ringer.
Well, him and Ted Cruz from Texas, they're both said to be his son. Well, I don't have no doubt.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh wow! I didn't. Oh my goodness.
yeah.
Yeah.
I have no doubt for that.
Now that I think about it, yeah, they do. Oh my goodness.
I'm telling you, there's
my
some weird
goodness.
shit going on in the world, has been and still is.
Yeah.
By
Oh,
the way,
man.
Hitler has another daughter who's the prime minister of one of the not the Dutch. What am I trying to say here?
The Netherlands,
Netherlands, yeah. The part that there's several countries there.
uh-huh.
And she's the prime minister or something of one of them countries. I don't know if they call it the prime minister or what, but anyway, he had 3 daughters, and they're all in very high positions. Well, except for Teresa, watch her face, and she's not there anymore. But I don't guess Angela is either, is she?
I don't know.
But they're all.
Angela, is she still I don't know. I think
I don't
she
think she's
is.
prime minister of Germany anymore, but it don't make any difference. Whoever took
Yeah.
her place is just like her. You know, they
Yeah.
always have somebody else step up that is the same or worse.
Yeah. So who does Emmanuel Macron come from then, I wonder?
Oh Lord, who knows? Maybe he's a mixture of Castro and Hitler.
Well, I understand if you do
Napoleon.
some digging that they all end up kind of down, if you go back far enough, but they're all Rothschilds.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they all come from a very evil place, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And they keep it all in the family, you know.
Yep.
Those 13 bloodlines do.
Yep.
And that's why so many of them come up dumb, stupid, and but they have a bunch of kids to make up for it. So, man.
Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah.
But I tell you, some of the news that's even more interesting than that to me is that some of the news that's coming out. Well, I say news, it's some I don't know if you call it conjecture or just trying to figure it out or what, but some of the news that's coming out about Trump and his. Well, do you remember when Ivana died the other day or was killed rolling down the stairs, supposedly?
Yeah.
Well, that's all I'm going to say. I mentioned that not on my channel, but I don't want to go any farther than that because I don't want to. The thing of it is, I don't know how true it is, and it could be really impugning the life of a woman that, as far as I know, was a very good woman.
Mm-hmm.
Ivana, his wife, or supposedly his wife. Who the hell knows anymore? People saying he wasn't even ever married now. So I don't know. And even saying that his kids aren't his kids. Well, whose kids are they? Man, it's a mess. I know who they say they are, but I'm not going to say, because I'm just saying, people need to start looking and try to figure it out for themselves. Man, I'm telling you what. But none of the stuff about Trump is bad. I want to put that, make sure that's understood right now. Everything that I've been hearing, nothing that they've come up with about President Trump is bad.
Yeah.
At least that I've been hearing. I'm not saying there's not anything out there that is bad, but it's kind of funny, if they had all those impeachment things on him and all, they didn't find one thing.
I was just gonna say they couldn't find anything.
Nothing.
They were fishing to find something and came up short every time.
Yeah, I don't think they did.
Turns out most of the shit they were trying to accuse him of, they themselves were guilty of.
Yep. It's total projection. It's
absolutely.
Insane. Oh man.
But I tell you what, if I were to hear and believe anything bad on President Trump, I'd be the first one to jump out there and say it, as much as I hated to, because he has got such a good clean name here and throughout the world. And if I heard something that I believe that said something other than that, then I'd be the first one to tell about it, because I just don't believe that anybody should be able to be as clean and do as many great things as he has, and not have any, if he's got a stain on him, and not people not know about that stain.
Yeah.
Because everybody thinks that conservatives don't want to tell anything that bad about that happened to Trump or that he did in his life. Well, he's a man. I know he did bad things. We all do. But I'm talking about things, that are really low down and evil, not everyday man type of things.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen anything like that.
Yep.
I know there was one woman trying to tell me here a while back on my channel, and she's a liberal, so I didn't put a lot of put a lot of credit in her what she was saying, but she was talking about some things that she knew of that he did at a certain time during when he was trying to open up a casino or something somewhere. And but the way she was telling it just didn't make a bit of sense. And I said, look, I don't really give a damn about what he did back then. I care about how, and I shouldn't have said this, but I did. I said, I don't care about what he did back then. I care about how he ran the country. And that's, in a way, that is the way I look at it. But if I wished what I would have said was, if he did anything really bad that you can prove, I want to see it. I want to see your proof. And then I'll be the first one to put it out there. But I didn't say that. And I wished I did, but I didn't.
Show some receipts. That's
Exactly.
the thing. A lot of them, they want to believe it, that they make it true in their head because they want to believe it so bad that.
And I believe that's where she was coming from.
Yep.
Because and the thing is, I'd heard her talk about this on her channel to somebody else, and what I heard, didn't impress me at all, and I just didn't believe anything she said, and that's one reason why I cut her off so soon. But I wished I would have said, well, show me them receipts and I'll be the first one to jump in there and say so. Yeah. But I just want to say right now, anybody got anything, let me know. I guarantee you.
Like I was saying a couple months ago, how I'd bring up hey, what about the gas price? And these people that said this to me truly believed it. They're like, oh, that's Trump's fault. I'm like, huh? Like, Biden's been in office for like a year. How is it? Oh, because he made deals with some prince dude, that shit's just so and I'm like, you really believe that? Yeah, that's what happened. Okay, so the gas prices were real low when he was in office, and then over a year later when he's not, then it's why would him making a deal with some prince like 5 years ago make gas price go up now?
Yeah.
Like, but they just want it to be true so bad that it's just it's
well,
true.
What he actually did do is he had the pipeline was extended on down here, and he gave out all those oil and gas leases on federal land, and they were drilling on there. That's how we became, the highest.
We were independent finally.
Exactly. And then Biden comes into office. What does he do? Shuts down the pipeline.
First thing,
all the leases. So they ain't got a damn thing to do with any prince anywhere.
No. That has nothing to do with the gas prices. Nothing.
No, not a thing. The prince sure didn't have anything to do with them. Now Biden cutting off all that stuff had a lot to do with them.
Yep.
Well, it's like you got to give them at least a little bit of credit for being this somewhat smart, because unemployment is low, and it's like, yeah, because you raised the price of everything that everyone had to go out and get a second job. So of course it's low because now everyone has 2 jobs instead of 1. Like,
yep.
Well, and another point of that is that the people that they're still paying a lot of people not to work. So
I know that's insane.
Yeah, if you're paying them people not to work, they're not going to file for a job or for unemployment because you're already paying them.
Yep.
I mean, my goodness. I know I wouldn't. I mean, what would be the point? Then they might say, "Oh, go get a job." Why would you take that chance? Oh, it's just so dumb.
Yeah.
The deal he made with the Saudi prince was, and when he became king, was for a totally different thing. That's when he went to Saudi Arabia and they did the little sword dance and handed the sword to Trump at the end of that dance. They were telling that sword, when they handed it to him, meant you're the boss, you're the king.
Yep.
The other guy that says he's king is just the king in name. Trump is the real king. That's what the sword dance meant. And anybody, please go look at that film when Trump was in Saudi Arabia when they handed him that sword.
Well, also look at when Trump went to England and he was walking. They were inspecting all the troops with the Queen.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
He was ahead of the Queen, which tells you. that tells you right there too who was in charge, and it wasn't the queen.
Giant no-no. Or it's supposed to have been a giant no-no. He took the power from her that right then too.
Yep.
He took the power from just about everybody. In North Korea, the Korean guy wasn't even, and still not the one that's in charge over there. I don't know who is in charge, but it ain't Kim Ung Sung or however you say his name.
Yeah.
It's
Kim
who knows?
Kim Jong-un or something.
Kim Jong-un.
Jong-un.
Yeah, Kim Jong-un, some shit like that.
Yeah. Isn't his dad John Il or something like that? John Il,
Yeah.
something like that. But I kind of think China has something quite a lot to do with North Korea. But that's just how I see it.
It was the CIA is the one that actually had control of it. Until Trump came along, he cut it.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know who's got control, but CIA did have control over North Korea.
That's true. I hadn't thought about that.
But they did, and because when Q first came on, he was asking who has control of North Korea, and then it was something about the CIA, and then he said who really has control of North Korea.
Yeah, I'd forgotten all about that.
Yeah, it was the CIA is what he was saying. You just had to dig a little bit to find it. But yeah, that, and then with the thing in Saudi Arabia, right after he went to Saudi Arabia and all that happened, and the king or prince, whichever one it was, came over here and went to Las Vegas when that shooting happened out there.
Oh, yeah.
That's what that was all about, because they didn't like it because the king wasn't really the king anymore. And so they were there in Las Vegas to kill the king. And so when Trump found out what they were going to do, well, he flew in. He was landing. He was either landing or taking off right as the shooting happened. I think he was landing. And you could see bullets hitting the gas tanks out there, right by the airstrip where he was landing, hitting them big old.
Really?
And
but wow.
It wasn't that one guy. That's just so much bullshit. One guy done the shooting crap, and
there was. I know that was a bad cover story.
It certainly was. And then they wouldn't let anybody talk about it. Wouldn't let FBI, wouldn't let the guy, the sheriff that was up there talking. You could tell he wanted to say what was true, but he had several FBI agents standing there with him. Boy, they'd giving him evil looks, and so he would back off immediately and wouldn't say a word about what really happened. No, we'll tell you later. Yeah, about 300 years from now.
Yeah. Boy.
But that was one of the really the toughest ones of all, at least to this point, at least that I know of, was Saudi Arabia, because of the little battle that they tried to put up there where they killed a bunch of people. And then if you'll notice after that, after the shooting, there were a bunch of people on Facebook that had been to Las Vegas and at the concert and in downtown wherever the shootings were going on at, and they were telling about it on Facebook. And one of them, wherever she lived, was driving on a mountainous road. And the computers in your car, they can take control of those things at any time that's what they did, and ran her car off a mountain and killed her.
Oh, wow.
Certainly did.
Wow.
So it gets real deep in a hurry. And the thing is, is there's so few people out there that want to dig in and understand what's going on before they make up their minds about anything. And you've got to understand what you're talking about, or what the other person's talking about, before you make up your mind.
Yep. You've got to do the research.
You sure do.
And find out just.
Yes, and have an open mind. If a person's telling you about it, well, you don't necessarily have to believe the person telling you about it, but like you said, go do the research and see for yourself, and then draw your conclusions.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, to me, that was a hell of a 4-year ride.
Yeah.
When Trump was publicly in office.
It was fun.
It was, man. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Well, to me, he's still in office, but
Yeah.
not publicly.
Yeah.
So
He's a good man.
He is. One of the things I was saying, I'm going to shut up and let y'all go wherever you want to talk about. But when at his inauguration, when he was giving his inaugural speech, and the military walked up behind him, watch that clip, and when he says, "I'm handing the power back to you, the people," the military turned and walked off.
Yep.
That right there, those 2 minutes he was president. Those 2 minutes. The rest of the time he was commander in chief. But there is no president because the United States corporation is dead.
Yeah.
It was dead then.
True. That's true. That's true. But I did not like Trump at first because of the Apprentice that he that show.
Yeah.
I don't like mainstream anything. I don't know. I just don't care for it. I don't care for what everybody's watching. I don't care, I just don't care. And he'd been on television, and I just had in my head this idea of what I thought he was like. And all I knew was I did not want Hillary Clinton in office. That's what I knew. And I just I voted, just choosing the lesser of two evils. And then I watched the inauguration, and that changed my mind right then and there. There was something that touched me so deeply, and I knew he was sincere. And I woke right up and thought, oh wait, this guy's for real, and he means business. And that, it was the inauguration. I just felt
you would
something.
believe we're on the exact same wavelength here. I'm telling you, man. We are dead on. But I basically grew up with Trump. He's a couple years older than me, but I've known of him for a long time, watched him on TV, and I never did like his persona.
Yeah.
What he across on TV. But when he ran against Hillary, I remember one of my wife's nurses at the house one day, and he said, well, who are you going to vote for in this election? I said, well, I'll tell you this, damn sure ain't going to be Hillary. If Hillary's elected, our country's done.
Yep. Oh, I knew we were dead. I mean, they had the FEMA camps ready to go. They had the coffins and the guillotines, everything. They were ready to just get rid of all of us. It was awful.
They certainly did. But I hear the guillotines are being used for another purpose now. Not for us, but for somebody else.
Somebody else. Yeah. I always think of, in the Bible, in the book of Esther, how Haman had those gallows built because he wanted to hang Mordecai, because Mordecai wouldn't stand up and worship him. And then things got turned around, and he was hung from his own gallows. That's how I see them using them now, Yeah,
same thing. Someone else is asking for your channel again, Heather. You don't have a channel at all right now?
Not yet. I'm getting one started. I've got all my equipment. I just need to figure out how to run everything on my computer. So give me a week or two, and we'll be up and going.
I know once you get it going, you'll start out with a good amount of subscribers.
I appreciate that. That's awesome.
We'll definitely help you all we can.
Yeah. Well, let's jump back into this medical prep, if that's okay.
Yeah.
No,
it's not. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, I love it. I love it. I just want to make sure we have plenty of time to get everything in that I wanted to share with you guys. I mean, it's really, I just want to get people thinking about it more than anything, and get a start to it. Because I hear all the time, on so many of the channels that I watch, at the end, they'll say, you can get long-term survival food at this place or this place, and and you can get water filters here, and they're always talking about the food and the water, and then your guns and your ammunition, what is it, Bibles, Band-Aids and beans, or maybe I said it in the wrong order, but that's about all that people always talk about as far as being prepared for anything. And I so rarely hear about the medical part, and that's just as important, Ooh, that's just as important if we're going to survive all of this. And let's see, where were we? We were talking about we were talking about mental health. Is what I was. Yep. Yeah, that's what we went into, and I was just going to. I'm in Utah, so you probably already know that I belong to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. You guys know us as the Mormons here. But
I didn't know that, but I do now.
Oh yeah, you do. But that was. Sorry, gotta get comfortable here. Crud, now where was I going with that? There was a reason why I told you that. Lost my train of thought.
Happens to the best of us, believe me.
But I mean, they've been telling us for, ever since I was just tiny. Our church has encouraged us to become self-reliant. Grow your own garden, learn how to do it, learn how to preserve it. Can and bottle, and try to get a year's of food, a food storage for your whole family is what they try. They've asked us to do, and and self-reliance too. You want to be emotionally resilient. You want to be able to not be in debt. There's a lot of great things that they have always taught us. And our prophet, was it a year ago, maybe? Because we have twice a year, we have big general conferences, and that's where we get all the leaders come to us, and we have 2 days, on a Saturday and a Sunday, where we get a lot of instruction, and we get messages from the Lord of what we should be doing. And the thing that he asked us to do, I think it was a year ago now, was he said, if there are any little things that you need to take care of, and he wasn't specific, but my best friend and I, and she's just like us. I mean, she and I could be sisters, it both hit us that we have mental health issues. We need to tie up all the loose ends, and so that's what I've been doing ever since our prophet had, asked us to take care of all the little things, clean things up, whether it's, I could take that as, your finances, or, your physical health, if there's things you need to do. I just, it was just kind of a warning, you need to get these little things taken care of. And I know with my mental health issues, I mean, the reason I have fibromyalgia now is because I went for too many years just stuffing all the pain down inside, and all the PTSD and all the things that I was dealing with. I just kept stuffing it down inside and just trying to get through life. And, there's so many emotions that they get trapped in your body in different places. And, there are ways to release that and everything. But, what I'm trying to get at is you need to take care of these things. If you've got trauma that you're dealing with, from something in your past, right now is a really good time to get with a counselor, talk it out, do whatever you've got to do to work through it, because the worse things are going to get, the more difficult it's going to be. And if you were trying to deal with, some childhood trauma, and you can't even manage your own life, how are you going to manage, what's going on in the world? And it will attack your body physically if you don't take care of the things that that have caused you trauma from your past. They will break down your body, and I can promise you that I have so many health issues because of that. So I'm just begging everyone out there that can hear me, if you have, like my husband, he has one more race in his series, and he's done for the year. As soon as he is done, I'm going to drag him to the surgeon, because he's got a double hernia he needs to get fixed. We don't know when things are going to happen, when things are going to kick off, or what that will be. And in the meantime, there could be a huge natural disaster. You know, you don't know. You need to be prepared. So I'm just begging people, you know, if you've got something you need to deal with, whether it's something physical or something mental or emotional or whatever, you know, do what you need to do and take care of it now so that you can get through these times and not be a burden to somebody else. You know, I do not, that's one thing, I do not want to be a burden to anybody. I want to be on the other end helping people, you know. That's
Yeah.
how I feel about it.
Me too.
And I promise you, if you don't take care of your mental health, it will come back and bite you badly.
Well,
I
that's one of
promise
the things
you.
that worries me is that when stuff happens, and you know, being the age that I am, well, and even if nothing does happen, I always worry about being a burden on my kids. You know, I just don't want to do that. I would rather die in my sleep, you know, as to be a burden to them. I just don't want it that way at all.
Yeah, me too.
And to think that, you know, that when if times get say severe, bad enough to where we do need a lot of help in any way, then I'm myself, I wouldn't be able to give anyone too much help.
Yeah.
You know, because of my age and stuff. So yeah, for people that can, man, I'm telling you what, it's best to be ready to go mentally, physically, financially, spiritually,
Yeah.
what you can think of. Absolutely.
Yeah. You know, and I know that's a tall order to throw out to people too, you know, take care of the loose ends, but you know, do the best you can. That's why, again, I say, you know, be close to the Lord and pray and learn that language of the Spirit so you understand when you're getting a message from the Lord, because He will direct you. You know, I think all of us are limited in our finances, and so, you know, to go and grab a lot of supplies of any type is difficult. I mean, we're just trying to get from day to day. I know a lot of people are like that. And so, you know, asking people to, you know, go see a therapist or go to a surgeon or whatever, you know, if you don't have the money, you just don't. You do the best you can. But I promise, you know, if you go to the Lord and you ask for help, He will direct you and help you take care of the things that most need to be taken care of, you know. And so you really have to look at your life and look at your finances and look at where you are and make good decisions from there, you know, for you and your family.
Basically all you can do.
Yeah, just, you know, you do the best you can. You know, there's always some way that you can prepare, you know, in some way. There's always something you can do. But I feel so strongly that, you know, our spiritual, mental health, they're all related to our physical health. They all affect each other. And it's so important to take care of these things. You know, one of the other things I would suggest was, you know, is if you're having health issues, you know, take the time, get online, do some research, find out, you know, alternative methods of taking care of these issues, because, you know, if we lose power, if we lose, I mean, who knows what's going to happen, you know, what if you don't have access to, if there's a natural disaster and, you know, doctors and nurses are going to be home taking care of their families. You know, there's not going to be the help. You're going to be on your own, and we know the government is not going to help us.
Right.
You know,
Why would they?
you know, you've got to take care of yourself. So I would encourage everyone that can, you know, do what you can as far as your physical health. You know, if you need to lose a little weight, do it. I know it's not easy. I know, you know, if you are struggling, you know, walking, like my mother's got some, and her husband have both got some issues, and I'm trying to work with them and help them just to maintain their balance. And, you know, there's exercises, there's things you can do so that, you know, as you get older, you don't fall and break hips or whatever. You know, just do what you can where you can. You know, if gosh, like my husband, I got to get him in and get that hernia fixed, before it's too late and we can't fix it, stuff like that. It's just, do what you can, and, take good care of yourself in all ways. Your physical health is just, it's priceless. When you lose it, you're screwed. If there's nothing else you can do, and I think of my mother-in-law. I worry about her. She's in a bad way. She's diabetic, type 2, so it was kind of, she did it to herself. She's got a lot of issues, and now she can hardly get out of bed. She's on oxygen 24/7. She's dependent on so many medications and insulin on top of that. It's just, and she can't go anywhere. She can't do anything. Where's the enjoyment in life? And if something bad happens, how can you move her? How can you, if you've got to get somewhere fast, if you've got to, how can, what are you going to do if you can't move? You're going to be left behind, so it's a good time right now.
If there's no hospital or no doctor nurses there, you're doing a good move. So,
exactly. There's, just take care of yourself and take care of your health, do what you've got to do to be able to move and be able to, be helpful instead of a burden, but I'm not going to turn my back on anybody that needs help either. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm just trying to be real about everything. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yes. I'll tell you what, when I was younger, I'll tell you, I was so healthy and so strong, I didn't think that I would ever, that my body would ever start, I guess, what you call breaking down. Mm-hmm. But when the least little thing goes, and it don't seem large at the time, but that little thing leads to something else. It's a little bigger, and then something else. It's a little bigger, and then something a little bigger. Before you know it, I'm a long ways from being bedridden. I can still get out. I can still do basically everything I ever did other than work. With what I wished I could do, but that's what I really want to do, is work. And I am thankful for the fact that I can still get around and do a lot of things that a lot of guys my age can't do. Mm-hmm. But still, I can't do near what I did 20 years ago. Oh, and I'd love to be there again. But yeah, taking care of your health is definitely one of those big things.
It really is. My daughter, my youngest daughter is, well, she was going to be a sports nutritionist, and she's doing really well. But then she started looking at the world and what's going on, and she decided she wanted a job that would pay well and that would always be in demand. So she's going to be a nurse. And what's really cool is she's got a really good background in nutrition now and healthy eating, and she has so much knowledge about that, and that's just going to benefit her, because that's something they do not cover in nursing school. And it's only been recently that I've run into I won't go to MDs. I'll only go to PAs unless I need a specialist, because MDs, in my experience, don't listen to you. They look at you, they make a judgment, and they're done. They don't really listen. But PAs, physicians, assistants, nurse practitioners, they really listen. And the last two PAs that I have seen like to treat things both with herbs and supplements and alternative things and the pharmaceuticals both. And I love that. I just love that they know that there are better ways, and they realize that there are a lot of side effects from medications and things. And I'm so grateful that I really got a great care team down here. I've got the best physical therapist, the best chiropractor. It's funny, I'm in a really rural place, but I've got some great people here. It's awesome.
You said chiropractor. I've never been, because I've always heard that once you go, like, you have to keep going, because it's like, I don't know how that
not
works.
Mine. Mine just gets you where you need to be and then lets you go, and you don't come back unless you need them. I don't know.
Does it relieve like pain and tension and stuff? Does it?
Yeah, I was able to get rid of some headaches, but I mean, he also helped me with headaches. As far, like I said, they're just a wealth of knowledge because I ended up getting piercings like in the, I don't know if you can even see this. It's not my lobe, but further up here, it's called a dot piercing. And he helped me find the pressure points. Put these back in. He helped me find the pressure points. And then I went to a professional guy that does, body piercings, and he did, we already had them marked, and he pierced them, and that got rid of my headaches too. Like it got rid of the brain fog and the migraines, and but I mean, they can do a lot more than just adjust your spine. I mean, he can tell when certain muscle groups are turned off, and he can flip them back on. If the electricity that flows through my body is off and it's not pulsing the way it should be, he can feel that and he can reset it. I mean, he's amazing. He can muscle test me for all kinds of stuff and tell if a particular supplement's going to help me or not. They're awesome. And in my experience,
right I've always heard this chiropractors are just a ripoff and blah blah blah, but I never took the time to look into it. The few times I heard it, I was like, so I've never been. But so there's something that I always thought, but obviously I was wrong about it, or who I heard it from was wrong about it. But I just never took the time to look into it. So
I don't know about all of them, but I know the guy that I go to is amazing, and he's a true healer, and I've seen him I've seen him heal people where other doctors had no success at all and couldn't even figure out what was going on.
Right.
But when I was in college, my first year, I was working in a physical therapy office as a receptionist, and they always told me never go to a chiropractor because it's the muscles that keep the bones in alignment, And so I was always scared of them, and so when I was having all kinds of issues, probably 5 years ago, my husband said, just go to the chiropractor. He's really good. And I wouldn't go. And I finally couldn't stand it any longer because I was in so much pain. And I went and I found out, if you find a good one, they do way more. And I'm definitely not dependent on him. I don't have to keep going back every week, but when I do need him, I go in. So I don't know, maybe if ask people, that see it, that see different chiropractors, ask them and see what their opinions are,
Right.
I could find out from the guy I go to where he went to school and things too, that, that might make a difference to the things that they're taught at different schools. But I get a lot of help.
I used to get massages but not massages where like people are like, oh, I got a massage, it felt so good. No, when I get a massage, it's like that shit hurt.
Exactly. Yep.
Once you're done, you're just like, you're like floating on cloud 9 because your whole body's just. Yeah. So when people tell me they got a massage and it was so great, I'm like, you didn't get a massage then.
It doesn't. Yeah, if it doesn't hurt while you're getting it, it's not going to do any good.
Mm-hmm. And the weird thing is too, I remember the one time she was like massaging and somewhere in my arm, and she's like, "Do you bowl?" I was like,
"Oh, you do."
Yeah, and it's like you could tell that by feeling like certain muscles, and then she's like, that hurts so bad, but it's so worth it afterward.
Yeah. The massage therapists that have that knowledge of body mechanics and how everything works together, they're priceless. Mm. They're awesome. Mm-hmm. They're very helpful as well for pain, stuff like that. Gosh, what were we talking about a minute ago?
Shoot,
I even remember. Anyway, I was just asking people, please take care of what if there's something that you need taken care of, do your best to get it taking care of, whether it's mental or physical or whatever, because I don't know how much time we have left until things really fall apart completely. And, ugh, I worry about my family and the ones who aren't paying attention. Really worry.
The ones that are going to pay attention have already paid attention. The ones that ain't going to ever pay attention. So that's basically where it's going to go.
Yeah, that's true. Let's just see. Sorry, this is kind of hard to do because I usually, do some really in-depth classes just on one topic at a time. I'm just trying to decide what should I cover that'll be most helpful to get people started. I know another thing here we go. They're right in front of me. Okay, excuse me just one second. Let me go grab some more bottles. Oh, did I leave them?
Steve, I'm going to be on about another 15, 20 minutes, and I'm going to sign off, brother.
Okay, right on, Ronnie. Yeah, I was going to ask, two things, Ronnie. Did you get that text I sent you this morning, or morning for me, but that other picture?
Oh, yeah, I did, Steve. Let me see. Let me put it up here and see which one it was. Let's see.
It's the eagle and Texas flag and American flag.
Oh, yeah, man, that's neat. Yeah, Statue of Liberty, Texas, the eagle. And I don't know what that is up there in the upper right.
Oh, that's another eagle.
Oh, is that an eagle?
Yeah,
oh, yeah, I see it now. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that looks damn nice.
That, and I was going to ask you for when, because I know last week you went live on Friday, right?
Who do what now?
I think last week you went live on Friday, right?
Let's see.
I remember.
I believe it's Thursday night. Thursday.
That's what I wasn't
look
sure
back to be sure, but it's Thursday or Friday, yeah.
But are you doing the same thing this week?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So tomorrow then?
Yeah, probably tomorrow night.
Okay, cool. Because that's why I wanted to ask, because I want to make sure I'm there for yours too.
Yeah, man.
If I'm not working, I'll be listening. Or if I'm working, I'll be listening. But if I'm not working, I'll be.
I know you always working when I come on. Darn you.
Well, the days I don't go live, I'm usually working until like 9, 10 o'clock at night.
Right. It's just my luck. It wouldn't matter what day I schedule on, Steve, still be working. But, I understand people having to work, man. If I could still work, I guarantee you I'd be working. So it's really understood, brother.
It's hard for me working still now because man, my knees are so shot. I have to wear braces on both knees when I'm out because if I don't have braces, I literally walk like, when you put socks on a dog and they're like, because my knees pop. It's literally every time I walk, my knees pop without braces. So without braces, I'm kind of walking like that because I'm afraid it's going to pop. So I'm like walking real carefully. That shit.
We got arthritis in them, or what's wrong with your knees?
I just think from plumbing for 28 years, just caught up with me. But,
I had trouble with my right knee here a few years back when I was still working. I was walking finishing the job that day and picking the tools up and everything after work. And it felt like every time I took a step with my right leg, it felt like I was being shot behind the knee with a BB gun. And I thought, what in the devil was making it do that? And so it, the next day it did it every time I take a step, boom, boom, boom. And so I finally broke down and went to the doctor, and it was torn cartilage. All the cartilage in my knee was torn, every one of it. And I said, well, why didn't it ever hurt? Why did it wait till now to hurt if they're all torn? I see football players being toted off the field all the time. because they got one torn, and
Mm.
all of mine were torn, and it was just feeling like somebody was shooting me in a, not a hard shot, but I could feel it every time I took a step.
It's like a burn. I've had that pain plenty of times. I know exactly that feeling.
You may have torn cartilage too. You need to.
Yeah, they pop. Yeah, all the time. They just like, it sucks. But if I
You
had the
should hear
braces
me.
on, what's that?
I said you should hear me walk down the stairs at snap, crackle, pop all the time. Or when I'm running, if you can't, if you listen really close when I'm running, you can hear it too. I'm noisy.
Start calling you snap, crackle, and pop, huh? And cereal.
Yep. Oh, man. Well, I have some suggestions for you later, Steve.
Okay.
That might help. I don't know, but I'll get back to that in a minute. I wanted to talk about how COVID is still I said it. I'm sorry. I said it.
I think it's okay now, but I'm not sure.
Is it?
I'm really not
I
sure.
won't do it again. Okay.
Right.
Well, that's going around
liberal.
everywhere, and then that monkey disease is going around, and just really important that boost your immune system, and some of the best ways besides just eating really well is vitamin D3. You want about 10,000 to 15,000 individual units a day, and that might sound like a lot, but it's not. It's really not. So you want D3, but you also want vitamin K2. And for every, I forgot to tell you guys too, all of the stuff I will have written down, and anybody that wants to email me, I'll send all this information out. I'll email it to anybody who wants it. If my email is stillrunning50@outlook.com, just STILLRUNNING50 @Outlook. Just so anybody that wants any of the stuff we talk about tonight, like the vitamins and the dosages, anything like that, I will happily send it to anybody who wants it. But if you're taking that much vitamin D3, you also want vitamin K2, because if you take a lot of vitamin D3, you can end up with toxicity, and that it's rare, but it can happen. And the K2 prevents that from happening, and it also helps the D3 direct the calcium down into your bones instead of going into your muscles and the soft tissues where it causes pain. And so for every 5,000 individual units of D3, you want 100 micrograms of the K2. I mean, that's one really good immune system booster. And the other one that I love is ashwagandha. It's an herbal supplement, but the kind that you want is the KSM 66. But all of those things will really boost your immune system, but then so will probiotics and prebiotics. And doctors are finally getting on board with the fact that probiotics are so important to our health. It does so many things that, all of the neurotransmitters, that your central nervous system runs on, that help you think and everything. Those are all produced in your gut, where you've got all of these little good bacteria, and you really want to do everything you can to keep good strains alive inside you. That's you're just going to be so much healthier and be able to fight things off. So those are really, really important ones, besides eating really well. But like I said, I can send anybody who wants it those dosages and everything, all that information. You don't have to try to write it down really fast. But that's one way of boosting your immune system. But like the best way that I know of more than anything is really just good nutrition. and everything that they taught us about the food pyramid when we were in grade school and everything, just throw it away, because they really didn't know what they were talking about, and first of all, you want to stay away, as far as good nutrition, you want to stay away from processed foods as much as you possibly can. White flour, refined sugars, all of those things will cause inflammation. All of the things that they add to processed foods to make them, last longer. You can have some nasty reactions over time to those things. They're just not good for you. The best thing is to eat, foods that are whole, in whole form as much as possible. That's, where you want to start, lots of fruits and vegetables, and with the fruits and things, you want really bright, vibrant colors. You want to eat, lots of good grains like quinoa and, millet. I mean, there's so many. I can send everybody. I got all this stuff on handouts. I can send to people, but you really want to take good care of your health. If you're drinking too much, I would definitely cut down on that, because
Steve.
Ethanol is a poison. It is a poison. Cut it down. If you're doing too much, do your
But
best to cut it down.
That's not really an option, though.
Because it really is.
No, I know.
I understand. I understand. I mean, you can only do as much as you can handle at once. You can't just do it all at once either. It's got to be, gradual changes. But try to. Oh boy, I got so many notes all over the place.
What about salt? Because my whole life I've always heard salt was like bad, but then the last few months I'm hearing all this stuff about how salt is like, I'm not even sure. I haven't looked into it too deep, but I just remember hearing something like that.
Uh-huh.
And
my husband and I use a lot of salt just because we both run and we sweat it out all the time, so we're constantly replacing it. I know that there's, some people that have certain cardiac conditions and high blood pressure and things are told to stay away from a lot of salt. I need to look more into that to find out how I feel about that, because from, salt is an electrolyte. I mean, it's necessary.
Right.
Your brain and your muscles, your central nervous system doesn't function if, you need the salt, you need the sodium, the chloride, you need the potassium, magnesium.
And I love salt too.
Yeah.
Anchovies is like my favorite food.
There can always. Oh, really?
Yeah.
I know there's always too much of a good thing, but I don't know, as far as, people that have certain health conditions, I don't know. I don't know it. There's too much to go into right there to really answer that. But I know when, if you get sick, and you're throwing up, you're going to want to replace that stuff right away before you get really bad, before you get really dehydrated, because your body's got to have those things. And I'll get back to that one. But one other thing I wanted to tell you about was constipation. Yeah, it's uncomfortable to talk about. It's uncomfortable, period. It's not fun when you're constipated.
Certainly is.
But from all of the studying I've been doing lately, about 98% of all disease can begin in your gut when you're constipated, because your body is supposed to eliminate that waste every day. You're supposed to go every day. If you're not going every day, all of the things that your body's trying to get rid of are just sitting there in your intestines, and all of those toxins are going to be reabsorbed into your body, and it's going to make you feel like crap, and it's going to cause more issues. If your body is reabsorbing the toxins it's trying to get rid of, it can't fight off, disease and infections and things that go around. It's way more important than I was ever taught in nursing school. That's for sure. And so, if you're on medication that causes constipation, or if you just have issues with it, there's a lot of things you can do, you know, and there's a lot of things you can do about it too. But that's definitely something that you want to get regular. You want to go every day. And, if you end up getting sick, a lot of times, if you think back, you think, okay, well, how long have I been sick now? When did that start? And when did I last poop?
Right.
It's really a lot more important than you think. And, there's, there's a lot of things that you can eat that will help. Magnesium definitely helps. But whatever you've got to do what you've got to do to get regular. And everybody's different. But if you are going every day and getting rid of all the toxins and the waste that your body's trying to get rid of, you're going to feel a lot better and you're going to be a lot healthier. That's a really important one. I know it sounds weird, but there you have it.
It makes perfect
Another
sense.
thing, I had no idea how important it was until I started studying herbs and started looking into alternative ways of taking care of your health. And I was shocked. I was like, wow. And I know now that, if I'm ever, if anybody ever needs my help, I've got an emergency kit of herbs and a special book that I have, and then my other gear, all my other gear, my nursing stuff, and I'll take off with that. And the first thing I'm going to ask, if the person can speak, if I have to go help somebody, is, when did you last poop? Because if they're really ill and they haven't pooped, we got to get that going. Enemas or whatever we have to do. I know it sounds awful, but
That's a job I wouldn't
it's
want.
the way it is. It's the way it is. But, something else I want people to think about is, what have you got for a first aid kit? You'd be surprised what you can get at the dollar store. And I raid the dollar store quite often because I go through stuff. I'm always handing stuff out to people. Here, use this, or, oh, you don't have any of that. Here, have mine. And then I have to go back and get more. But, if you don't have a lot of money, you'd be surprised the things that you can pick up at the dollar store. And I would like to do a video on that very thing, on how to build your own first aid kit as cheaply as possible, but that, you're going to want a first aid kit. You're going to want to have, peroxide and alcohol and neosporin and hydrocortisone, just all of the things that are usually in a medicine cabinet at home. It might be that you won't be able to get a hold of those things. So you want to store them just like you want to store your food.
Yeah. And I actually do have all of that, because I'm constantly, I get hurt at least 4 or 5 times a week at work. So.
Yeah. I bet, yeah, you do. And, oh, you know what? And I was going to tell you too, Stephen, here I go calling you Stephen again. I'm sorry. But you know what? You have saved, as a plumber, you have saved more lives than any doctor in his lifetime ever has.
And it takes longer
Seriously.
to become a plumber than it does a doctor too.
Does it really?
Yeah.
Wow. I know you have to go through like a journeyman phase and all of that.
Yeah, you have to be an apprentice for so long, and then you have to be becoming a journeyman, then you have to be a journeyman so long to become a master plumber, and then by the time you go through all that, it's like 2 years longer than what a doctor has to go through to become a doctor.
Wow. Well, you've saved more lives than any doctor ever will, just because you provide clean water and a way to get rid of all the icky stuff. And there's disease loves water, especially dirty water. And that's something, that kind of transitions over into other things that I wanted to touch on, was that when you're storing your food, you really you need to be, calories aren't just calories. It depends, you've got to eat good stuff, and so you've got to store good stuff. And honestly, a family who has good nutrition during a natural disaster versus a family who doesn't, I can tell you which one is most likely to survive. You know, it can mean all the difference, just what you're eating. You know, so you really want to take that into account when you are storing food. You know, take into account what you will eat, you know, what you can afford, and what is going to be the most nutritious. I have a garden every year, and I bottle, and we have a freeze dryer, and you know, so I'm trying to, you know, make sure that we have a huge family now, grandkids. So yeah, I just want to make sure everybody's got something really good to eat that's not just filling, but that, you know, is nutritious. You know, that's something you really want to think about. I could do a whole couple of videos just on food preservation and the things you need to think about there. But it's just, you know, something else to think about, because that has a huge impact on your health. And, you know, the ability to have clean water as well is really important. You know, when, you know, what if we get hit with an EMP and it knocks everything out, and, you know, all of a sudden all of the water treatment plants aren't working? You know, what are you going to do? You gotta find a way to have clean water. You know, whether you could distill it, or you have a filter, or you boil it, or, you know, you just something else to think about. And you know, my husband and I have got a couple of solar ovens and things. But I kept telling him, I need a rocket stove. I need a rocket stove. You know, those things that you build out of the cinder blocks, and it takes just a little bit of fuel to get them going. I want one so I can get a big old pot outside and boil water all the time. Because, you know, there's all kinds of things you're going to need it for. You know, just something else to think about. You've got to have good food. You got to have clean water. And then the other thing is you've got to have a safe way of getting rid of human waste. And keeping it from causing problems. You know, just something else to think about.
Yeah, because think about the water sewage treatment plants. Like, people don't realize if those shut down, like, all hell will break loose just from that, especially on an island. You know what I mean?
Oh, geez, yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's going to be ugly, and that will cause a lot of death right there if all of that shuts down. You know, we got to figure out how to take care of all these things, and it's a lot to think about, but it's necessary. You know, it really is. Those are so important. Oh, I was going to tell you too right now, because these are just good things to have on hand. You know, I do classes on digestive diseases, respiratory diseases, and then wound care. And I'll tell you right now, all you really need for wounds of any kind, unless they're, you know, just for general wounds, not like gunshot wounds, but, you know, if you've got a big open sore somewhere, or I don't know, you know, just things happen. You know, anytime you've got a wound, the best thing for that is just saline. You rinse it with saline. You don't use peroxide or alcohol. If you've got the saline, just, you know, sterile saline, and I can teach you how to make it and bottle it, so you've always got sterile saline on hand. But it's really easy and cheap to make. You know, don't go out and buy it when you can just do it at home. But, you know, rinse that wound with sterile saline, and this sounds crazy, but it works. Honey. You put honey on that wound. That puts a protective covering. It seals it up. Bacteria cannot get through that honey layer, and it will help it heal. It will help it heal quickly. But you put the honey on the wound, and then you cover it with plastic. And then I love this stuff. This is just KT tape. It's sports tape, you know, for you know, like if something's hurting when you're in a race or something, you know, you tape it up and you get on with it. But this stuff, I love it, because I think this works better than any of the medical tapes I've used, because once you get it on the skin, you know, you can stretch it a little bit and everything, but then you rub it, and that friction causes the adhesive to heat up, and then it sticks to your skin really well. And so you just, you know, seal seal that wound up with honey, put the plastic on, put the tape all around it, and every day, measure it or take a picture of it or whatever, and just kind of document as it heals. Or if it gets worse, you want to keep a close eye on any kind of wound. But that's an easy way to take care of wounds, and you don't need the antibiotic ointment if you don't have it. That's an easy one. The first time I heard about it, I was like, I don't know, but I tried it, and yeah, it works. It works well. Another thing, you don't need to have, when I first started all this, I thought, oh no, I'm going to have to learn how to give people stitches, and I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to. I'll do, if I would do it if I had to, but I don't like causing people pain when I don't have to. And I can show you a really easy way of putting a wound, a cut together that you would normally put stitches in, and then the honey and the plastic and everything in it, and it will heal up as well too, as long as you can keep that, use tape to keep that wound together. You don't need to do the stitches, and that's just introduce a possibility of introducing more bacteria into your skin if you're trying to stitch up a wound.
Honestly,
especially if you're
life, I use super glue.
That too. Yep, my husband does that at work all the time.
I had really bad. I remember this one right on the palm. I was like 21. I was just starting plumbing. I was working with my ex-business partner now, but we were doing a water heater in the hood in Detroit, and the gas water heater, and that little cap that comes on the top is really sharp. And I put it on, and I went like that to like smack it into the 3 holes, and this whole thing was literally hanging like an inch and a half, and blood was just everywhere. And I remember the tenants that live there, like, oh my Lord, we gotta call the ambulance. He gonna bleed to death in here. Oh my Lord. I rinsed it off, and I grabbed some super glue and then I just taped the shit out of it, and then I finished the job. I kept working. So.
My husband at work.
Several times on jobs. Sure have.
I've done it a few times, but my husband does it up at the mine. If he gets hurt, he just pulls out the super glue. Yeah. I mean, and he's done it on some bad things too, and he's come out okay. It works, But let's see, what else was I gonna touch on tonight? Some of the herbs that you might want to start to store. I feel like the most important ones, definitely chamomile and yarrow. And they're so easy to grow. I just grow them in my garden out here in the back and harvest them every year. You want those. Cayenne's a good one. Raspberry leaf is a good one, especially if you're of childbearing age or you're pregnant. That's a really good one. Comfrey and mullein are some of my favorites. And I can teach you, on a different night, I can teach you how to use all of those. But just those are good ones to store, and then you might want to store things like Tylenol or ibuprofen, things like that. But I wouldn't use them for fevers, and I'll teach you why another night, or I can put it on my channel, whatever. That there are better ways of, if you get an infection and you end up with a fever, your body's doing what your body knows to do to get rid of it. And so you want to help your body instead of tapping that fever back down. That's not really helping anything. It's just prolonging the time you're going to be sick. But you'll still want, if you sprain your ankle or if somebody has really bad cramps or something, you always want to have stuff like that on hand. Cough medicine is a good one. Mucinex is a really good one. And those neti pots that you can rinse your sinuses with?
Yeah.
Those are really good to keep on hand too. And I have a recipe that I can give everyone that works better than the stuff that you usually mix up in those. But those are really good ways of preventing a really bad infection.
I was
You
gonna
know,
say that
just
was one of the questions I had to ask you about sinuses. So you just answered it.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, there's boy, I okay. There's yeah, when I do the class that I put on my channel for the respiratory, you'll definitely want to pay attention to that because there's a bunch of things I can teach you to do that will help your sinuses besides just rinsing them too. So but that's a good place to start. You know, if you have sinus problems too, the recipe that I have, if you just rinse them every day with that, will really help keep you clear and keep you from getting an infection. So
my weird thing is I had the worst allergies and sinuses my entire life until I moved to Hawaii. And then
really,
it went from like I've always had allergies, and then I realized like not really anymore. But now it's every once in a while when I do, it'll be that sinus infection that doesn't go away for like 3.5 days,
I
but it
hate
just
that.
comes out of nowhere. So, but in
Huh.
Detroit, it was 3 4 days a week. I was just, eyes all puffy and nose
You know,
dripping like a leaky faucet, and
the best thing for allergies long term is just to eat wherever you live, eat the local honey. Because if there's something in the environment that is causing you to be allergic to it, you know, you're having those allergic reactions. You know, the bees are out buzzing around in pollen all over the place, and they're touching and moving around, you know, all of the stuff that might be affecting you. And, you know, it goes
right?
into the honey. And so if you're eating that you know, the honey from the area wherever you live, you know, you're getting your body used to it. So you don't have that reaction to it anymore.
And that's crazy because I've heard that honey is like effective for so many different things.
It really is. It's very healing, especially raw honey, you know, that hasn't had all the probiotics burned
Yeah,
out of it. That's good
yeah.
stuff.
We actually just got some a couple of weeks ago from one of our lives on the weekends when it's me and Nina. What was it? Maybe a month ago, but yeah, it's raw honey, good stuff.
Yeah, that's definitely something. It's kind of expensive, but it's definitely something you want to store for a lot of reasons. That's a good one. Um, let's see what other. Um, oh, I was going. Let's see. Um, Told you about that and that. Okay, another one of the other classes that I always do. I spend one whole class just on doing a physical assessment on a person. You know, if they're starting to get sick or if they're injured or something, you want to do. You know, I'll teach. I can teach you how to do that. Um, but you know, with anybody, if you start to notice any kind of illness at all, you know, when you first start to get an infection and the first day you just kind of have that malaise, you're just kind of feel kind of run down but not really ill yet, you know,
Yeah,
pay attention to that. You know, if there's anything that's bothering you, any kind of symptom, do not ignore it. Pay attention and see if it gets, you know, better or worse. You know, really pay attention to that. um and another thing I learned the other day from a physiotherapist. Um, if okay, the most most of the nerve. Okay, how do I put this? Um, your face and your stomach have the most nerves, and so if there's something going wrong in your body, if there's something that's bothering you, whether it's emotional or physical or whatever, most likely it's going to show up on your face or you're going to notice it in your stomach. So pay attention to those signs too. Um, I know that sounds kind of funny, but really pay attention to those symptoms, especially, you know, if things, you know, if things get really ugly and, you know, medical care just is not an option, you really need to pay attention to anything like that. What was
see, here's this. This is the all it is raw honey and
Mhm.
hibiscus flower.
Oh, that's nice. That's really nice.
but I can't remember what it was.
Mm.
But it's this little jar, and oh, it's so good too.
Mm.
But yeah, it was a
That's,
little pricey, but it was worth it.
yeah. I know,
You know,
right? It doesn't make sense that raw honey is expensive, but it is. um, the other thing I was gonna suggest is books. I mean, it's easy to go online and look up anything right now, but what if we get hit with an EMP where there's this massive coronal mass ejection that does the same thing? What are you gonna do if you can't look stuff up? Get books. I've got so many first aid books. Like I've got this Fundamentals for Survival, Special Forces Survival Guide. I've got Bushcraft First Aid. This is my favorite. Well, this is one of my favorite ones. When there is no doctor. And then there's this one that is written by a husband and wife, and he's a doctor and she's a nurse practitioner, and it's the Survival Medicine Handbook. I mean, I've got all my nursing textbooks too. I've got all kinds of stuff like that. But you want to have hard copies, because if something goes bad, and you don't have access to Google or whatever, you're in trouble. But the other thing that I would suggest hanging on to is books on herbs. But this is my favorite one, and I will give everybody the names of these books and everything, but I've got this one here is my favorite one, and it's by this guy, Dr. John Christopher, and he was an MD, but he's also an herbologist, and he studied at so many different herb schools all over the country. I mean, he knows this stuff, and he said he's passed away, but his the company the guy was amazing. He knew his herbs, and he knew which ones worked together synergistically. And Dr. Christopher's is the brand. It's they have all these different formulas that are herb combinations that work together. And I have one of his emergency kits, which is just full of all these different herb combinations for almost any kind of disease you can think of. I've probably got something in there that might help. That's part of my emergency kit. But this book right here, it's Herbal Home Healthcare, goes along with that little kit. And this book is amazing. And especially if you've got young kids at home, this is a good one to have. It's got all kinds of remedies and recipes inside, but it teaches you what to do. If you're throwing up and you've got diarrhea, or one of your kids has got whooping cough or whatever, there's just so much help in this. And if you don't have medications, but you've got herbs, or you've got herb books that can help you figure out herbs in your environment, that's helped too. So I really stress, spend some money on some books.
Well, a lot of people don't realize either, like, if shit goes down and there's no power, no internet, like, look how people act when the internet's out for 5 minutes. Holy shit. Like, imagine, like, people don't realize, I think 80% of the world is just going to fall off a cliff when everything goes out permanently.
It's true. People don't have an attention span anymore to do anything but TikTok videos, It's really sad.
Like, oh my God, it's not, fucking thing doesn't work. What do I do? Oh my God, what do I do? And that's only a couple minutes. It's like, it's out permanently, dude. Now what? Like, I can't think.
I think it's really important to detox from the internet. You know what I mean? Especially if you're on it. Like, the kids next door are on it during the summer. They're on it 24/7. And I know their mom gets to the point where late at night, she just goes and shuts their internet off because she's just had it and she wants them to go to bed. But the power went out a couple weeks ago, and the boys went out and sat in their car, turned the car on so they could plug their phones in. That's I'm like, yeah, that's a little too much.
That's the way it is around here, I can guarantee you.
Yeah, and I just there's where I live, on to the right of us, there's a lot of wealthy people, and on the other side are a lot of not wealthy people, and I'm kind of stuck with the with the poor people. But there's a lot of kids that I see here in the summer running around and playing outside all day, and they think that they are feeling bad for themselves because they don't have the video games or the the iPads or whatever. But you know what? They're the ones that are the best off. They're out.
Yep.
They're learning how to talk to one
Absolutely.
another and how to read each other and to read to read body language and to read
Social skills
each other's
and
faces. And they're
Yep.
getting all of that, and they're out being healthy. They're in the sunshine and the fresh air. And that's another thing I can't say enough about is fresh air and sunshine.
Mhm.
Every single day you've got to have it. It's they used to build hospitals so that they could get patients outside to get fresh air and sunshine, and they don't do that anymore. And it's not good. But I don't feel bad for the kids that can't afford all the expensive gadgets and stuff, because they're
No,
going to be better
they're
off.
better off. They're way better off. That's
Somebody needs to tell them how lucky they really are, in my
Yep.
opinion.
Yeah. Well, I grew up on a farm. We had a well, and we ate what came out of the garden. And we during the winter we ate everything that we'd preserved. And I used to think I was, poor me. I don't get a new bike, and I don't get this, and I don't get that. And now I look back on my childhood, and we just ran around out in the sun all day long. And we had lots of chores and hard work too, which was great. But I had the best childhood, and I didn't appreciate it at the time.
No,
me
but
too. Me too. I wasn't allowed in the house until the streetlights came on. You're not gonna come inside and watch TV, and I was only allowed to play my Nintendo like twice a week for like an hour.
Yep.
The original Nintendo, it's like no, you go outside, you find something to do, get your exercise.
I bet you was a unhappy young man, wasn't you?
No, I had up until I was a teenager, I was like Leave It to Beaver life. And then I was like 13, 14 years old, and I made my own bad decisions. But up until then, I had my mom and dad were married together, great role models, always there for me.
But I may not get to play your Nintendo. But you were unhappy with
No,
it.
at the time, yeah, I was like, this is bullshit, man. I gotta go play baseball and basketball and ride my bike and gain social skills and all that shit that's gonna come in handy in the future. Like,
And look where you at now on the computer.
Oh,
See what all
man.
this taught you?
Yeah, but he's doing good stuff with it, so it's
Oh, yeah.
okay. I think it was. I loved how my parents. We were poor and we struggled, and I saw how the stress it put on my parents worrying about money all the time. But what was cool was that no matter how hard things were, there was always a little money for books. And we all grew up, all of us kids, reading. And even my brother that has horrible ADHD can still sit down and pick up Dostoevsky or Tolstoy or something, these massive Russian books, and just read for hours. And I think people really need to detox from the internet and pick up some books or something.
That ain't gonna happen, I don't believe. Yeah, I agree
Yeah.
with you.
Let's see what else. Oh, okay. I need to tell you about. I just discovered this the other day. There's, okay, there's a lot of other things you can treat infections and different issues that you have. You can treat them herbally or different alternatives and things. But sometimes you're still going to need antibiotics. You can try everything else. And I do, that's what I do at home all the time. I try to do everything before I ever have to get an antibiotic. But I discovered a place, it's called JaceMedical.com, and it's spelled JASE, JaceMedical.com. And this is a group of doctors, and they will do a consultation with you, like, telemedicine. But you can get antibiotics from them whether you're traveling out of the country or if you're just trying to get prepared for a natural disaster, things like that. They'll do a consultation with you. And I haven't looked at their website too much yet. I haven't had the time, but I know that they can give you these 5 different antibiotics that you can store. And they also give you a card with it that says, okay, if you're having these symptoms, you take this one. And, if you're having these symptoms, you take this one. And, a lot of people will go out of the country and bring antibiotics home, or they'll, order them from Canada. It's all kind of pricey to do that. But this is the first time I've seen somewhere in the States, and it's all legal. It's all kosher. And, you can get antibiotics and store them. And that, I think every family needs to do that. They need to keep some antibiotics on hand instead of doing the fish antibiotics or, the other ways that people go about it. I think this is the easiest and the safest and the smartest way to do it. And I really want to make sure everybody knows about that. Jay's Medical. I was so tickled when I discovered it.
Yeah, I've got that wrote down in my book too.
Yeah, it looks good. So yeah, guess what I'm doing tomorrow? Because I want some, I want some for my family, but I also want to keep stuff on hand in case I can help somebody else.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I was really tickled to find that, but good grief. I don't know what else to get into right now, just because if I start on anything else, it's really going to take us down a hole that'll take a lot of time, and we should probably save that for another time. But
I was going to say, if you want, we can do part 2 next Wednesday.
Well, what would you like to go into? What have people been asking questions in the chat, or what's going on that way? What would you guys like to know more about?
Well, all the questions I think I pulled up and you covered already.
Oh, really? Okay.
But yeah, but but whatever you said, if you went into, it'd be a whole nother rabbit hole or whatever. But if you wanted to wait next Wednesday, we can have another one and pick up from there on that.
Okay, that would be great. Yeah. I'm totally cool with that. But I'm just excited to be able to help somebody else. I mean, that is my calling in life, is a helper, a healer. And that's what I like to do. And just because I don't work in a hospital anymore doesn't mean I still can't be a nurse, And
right.
I love it. I love it.
That's actually why I stuck with plumbing, because to help people. And then I learned how hard it was working for big corporate companies, because they're not out there to help people. They're out there to take people's money, and it made it a lot harder. But
then you don't feel good about what you do either, if you're not, if you're just taking people's money and not giving them a quality job, where's the pride in that? Where's this, the sense of accomplishment? Yeah.
Yep. But it worked out in the end for me, because now it's my company, my customers. I don't have to rip them off. If anything, I get ripped off because I'm not charging enough and stuff like that. So it's still nice to know you're helping people,
Yeah, I agree. Well, I guess maybe next Wednesday we could go a little deeper into herbs. I could explain to you guys how to treat fevers with herbs, stuff like that. Would that work? Would you be interested in that? Something like
Absolutely.
that. I can teach you how to make Pedialyte, so that I was just thinking I was reading, the church I belong to, we have quite a history of persecution And I was reading some of our history a couple of days ago, and I was reading about a group of pioneers that ended up with cholera, and how many of them, I was reading about how many of them died and how many of them survived and everything. And, you know, cholera is awful. And you, Steve, do you know how many people you have saved from dying that horrible death of cholera? But just making your own Pedialyte, and you can do it in the kitchen, in a hotel room, on an airplane. You know, if you're vomiting or you've got diarrhea, you know, and especially if it's from cholera, just replacing that orally, you know, replacing all those the electrolytes can, good grief, take the incidence of death down by 90%. You know,
I didn't even know you could make your own Pedialyte.
Oh yeah, it's not hard at all. It's really easy, and you know, why pay, you know, all that extra money for it when you can mix it up in your kitchen in just a few minutes? You know, you need, you know, the most basic one is just water, sugar, and salt.
And then you said you can make saline at home too, right?
Yeah, that's really easy too.
Oh,
well, do you need sterile water to make the Pedialyte with, or does it have to be sterile? Do you need sterile water?
Not necessarily, but you know, if you've got really young kids that are really ill, then I would use distilled water or boiled water or something like that, just to, you know, keep the incidence of anything else, you know, bothering them. I would go that route. But just for adults, you know, in fact, let me see, I think the recipe, where did I write it? I know it's in my notebook here somewhere. Let me think. I think it is a quart. Oh, I've got a quart jar right here, even like a quart jar, you know, like mason jar. I think it is a teaspoon of salt, 2 tablespoons of sugar. You know, just dump that in the jar. Put a little bit of really hot water in there, you know, and just shake it up, mix up, get everything dissolved, and then fill it up the rest of the way with cool water before you drink it. But I mean, how easy is that? And, you know, and you could also mix it up and then stick it in a water bath or a pressure canner and sterilize it that way too. And then you'd have it. I think that's what I'm going to do, is just keep a bunch ready made and keep it on my shelf already sterilized and everything and ready to go. But I mean, it's really easy. And I think for saline, I think it's about a quart or a liter. They're pretty close for all the Aussie people out there. But it's you know, about a quart of water and 2 teaspoons of salt, I think is yeah, I think that's how it is for the saline solution. But then you can again, I think the easiest way is just to mix it all up and then stick it in a canner, you know, and sterilize it that way. I think that's the easiest, but they're easy to do. You know, why spend all the extra money? You can go out and buy it if you want. That's easy, but I don't have the money. You know, if I can put some of that money in something else, you know, I'd rather do that and just make it here.
No kidding.
Yeah, me too.
And, you know, and I know a lot of, you know, most of us are struggling now. Everything's so expensive anymore. It's ridiculous. And, you know, anywhere we can save some money, you know, and that's why I feel so strongly about, you know, taking care of all the little loose ends and the issues, and, you know, taking good care of yourself now, because you're just going to be better off later on. And if you know how to take care of a lot of these things at home, you don't even have to go to the doctor at all, whether it's available or not.
Right.
You know, and, you know, if you can take care of something with supplements and herbs and things like that, you don't end up with the side effects from, you know, pharmaceuticals. So yeah, this nurse has seen the light. In fact, I have a friend here in town that started nursing school and just up and quit when she she really got into it and was looking at the side effects of everything. She quit, and that's all she takes. She is very helpful to everybody around her, but she treats everything with herbs, and I just love that. I think it's the better way. I mean, God put everything on the earth for us that we would need. We just got to figure out how to use it,
I could live off of honey. It's so good.
I love honey. I honestly do. I love honey on everything.
It's good stuff. Get some raw so you get the probiotics.
This is. It's literally all it is raw honey and hibiscus flowers for the taste.
That's good. That's really good.
Yeah, I know a guy lives about 3 miles from me here, and he sells. That's all he sells is wild honey. He's got a honey
9 ounces, $15.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you got access to that, Ronnie, you should. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was just thinking too. Another thing we could talk about is we could go a little more in depth as far as food preservation, the things you need to look out for, and what I don't know. Something else with nutrition. Anyway, I guess I'm thinking out loud. Sorry.
That's required on YouTube. Thinking out loud, that is.
That's all I do is think out loud. I'll be sitting at a red light, windows are down, and people look at me. I'm like, what? I'm thinking out loud. Talking to myself. Do it all the time.
Yeah, I'm usually the only one here, so I'm always talking. If I'm not talking to myself, I'm talking to the chickens or the cat. Anyway, that's one more thing. If I could add one more thing would be, if it's feasible, a few chickens for eggs, that's a really good source of protein that you're always going to have.
We actually have, Nina's son, which has a couple chickens, but they're at Nina's mom's house, but yeah.
Aww.
Reproduce.
I actually I have 4 silkies, which are the ones that look like they're furry. And they're my babies, and they stay here at the house. All the others are out at the farm. But the silkies are my babies, and they are actually my emotional support animals. I know that sounds ridiculous, but they're my babies, and I just do so much better if I've got something around the house that I have to take care of and talk to. And but yeah, we've always got eggs, and we also raise meat birds so that we can have the meat as well. But
well, I'll tell you what, the world being the shape it is right now, I think we're all going to have to learn how to relearn the old ways of living, of farming, of growing vegetables, raising chickens and everything. I think it's right around the corner. So if you don't know how now, you're going to have to, you might have to in the very near future.
Yeah. Yeah. Garden books, if you haven't grown up doing gardens and you don't know what you're doing, books, there's another book or two you could, you should get your hands on, and seeds. And I've heard, I haven't run into it, but I have heard people say that they couldn't get seeds over the last couple of years in different places. And like I said, I haven't run into that, but you can always start pulling seeds out of the food you're eating too and save them, you know. So
I've heard that too. I've heard a lot of that but same thing. I haven't seen it, but I've heard a lot of people saying it's harder and harder to get seeds.
Walmart's throwing them out here about 6 months ago. I know that because I was up there when the guy told another guy that they were. And I said, what are y'all throwing seeds out for? He said, I don't know. They just told us to throw them out.
Uh-oh.
We lost somebody.
We got you. Nope. Did she pop back in? There we go.
I'm here.
There she is, yeah.
I'm here.
You dropped down for a second, and then here, let me
That was weird.
I had you on the bigger one because you were like the headliner. But
Yeah, put her back up there.
Nah. But let me give you let me give everybody my email one more time so that if anybody wants, you know, the names of the books I have or any of the, I don't know, it, or if you have questions for me, you know, feel free to email me and I'll get to them as quick as I can. I have a buttload of chickens to take care of, but I'll get to them. I really sincerely just want to help people, especially at this time. So my email is stillrunning50@outlook.com. And what was the other thing? Jace Medical. Yeah, everybody really should at least go take a look at that website.
Yeah, I need to drop that just a few minutes ago.
yep,
Yeah,
I'm gonna go back and pull that up. Let's see.
Because that's a good one. That could save a life or two. You know, what if you ended up with a toothache? You know, with an abscessed tooth, no dentist, no doctor. You know, at least you've got those antibiotics. You know, because if you've got a bad enough abscess, that can get into your brain. I mean, it can cause so many terrible issues. So, you know, those antibiotics might just save a life. And, you know, just hang on to them until you absolutely need them. And there's lots of other things you can do beforehand so that you don't have to use them, hopefully, you know. But I feel really strongly about those antibiotics just in case, you know. And I love it how those doctors will give you that little card so you know what you're doing. You know, if you don't have any medical training, you know, that's really nice to have. Anybody got any more questions right now that you have for me or anything like that?
No, I have a whole bunch of notes that I've gotten from you that I'm gonna go over again later.
Yeah, me too. I wrote down all the stuff that I might ever need. Well, plus the vitamins you was talking about a while ago. I'm already taking most of those.
Good.
The D3 and the K2.
Good
I
deal.
got a whole table full in there.
I really don't take any vitamins. I need to start doing.
Those D and K, and you know, if you do that, the ashwagandha and the probiotics, if you do end up catching some of the crud that's going around, you'll get over it very quickly. And I know too, if you've been ill and you're trying to come out of it, you know, especially people that have like that long-term reaction to the Chinese bug. I know you can increase the amount of D and K even more for a time, and it helps you come out of it too. But one thing I did need to mention is if you're the D and the K are fat soluble vitamins. So if you don't, whatever form you have them in, if they're just in a capsule and it's just the powder, then you need to take it with food, especially some fat, because you're going to need that fat for your body to be able to absorb it. But a lot of times they put them in those little gel capsules that, you know, they're like, it's an emulsification in oil. So if it comes like those and, you know, in the little oil capsules, then you're good. But if not, just take it with food.
There's one question here, Heather. It's asking, do you know about G6PD?
No. I'll look into it.
I have no idea.
I'll write it down here.
I've never heard of that either. I don't know what that is.
I don't either. I'll look it up.
G6PD.
Yeah.
Sounds like a police department code or something.
It kind of does.
Breaker
I will
19.
look into it.
Yeah, no kidding.
The other thing too is that I've got some awesome people. You know, if I can't find the answer, I know where to turn. I've got one of my old nursing instructors is a nurse certified nurse midwife here in town now. So I can always go to her. I can always go to my PA, or I can go to my chiropractor, or my cousin is a PA and I can always call her, or one of the friends I went to high school with is a PA around here too. So I'll find out. If I can't find the answer, I know where to go.
Well, he sent us it's a very rare, I think, some kind of blood disease. If I'm understanding that right.
If you administer the wrong drugs to an unconscious patient, you can kill them. All blood types are different. Very rare. I have it blood.
Oh, wow.
So
I hope whoever this is, I hope they're wearing one of those little bracelets, those medical identification bracelets that states that on there.
That's Rank. That's our friend from down under. That's Rank 2000 Australia.
Ah, I'll look into it, see what I can find out about it.
All right.
I'll call my own nursing instructor because she's really good with stuff like that.
He says it's glucose 6-phosphate dehydrogenase.
Wow. Ooh, I'm gonna look this up now. I'm really curious.
Me too.
Yeah, I'll look into it.
I've never heard it.
Yeah, I worked, I told you guys I worked on a psych unit. I worked on a child psych unit, and then I worked on an adult one, and then I transferred over and it was like a step down ICU. It was high observation. So that's kind of where I know some critical care and I know psych, but obscure blood diseases, I don't know. But I'm curious. I love to learn about new stuff, so this will be kind of fun to look it up.
Steve, you want to read that one? You better read it than I am.
Yeah, G6PD, the enzyme is critical for the proper function of red blood cells. When the level of this enzyme is too low, red blood cells can break down prematurely. Hemolysis. Am I saying that right?
Hemolysis.
Takes the crap out of me.
Hemolysis. Okay.
Hemolysis. Okay.
Women are carriers, yet only affects the males. Wow,
Wow.
I've never heard of any of this, Rank.
Wow.
Did you email me yet, Rank? Because I'm only doing an invite on this. If you email me, I can send you the link. But I don't want to put it up on the panel. Hey, Indy. Aloha. Your brother died from smelling beans cooking. What?
What? My brother almost killed me because he ate beans and farted later, but
I heard
my
that.
word, yeah, my brother was nasty when he was a kid.
I know what you mean there.
Or any of the jocks in high school they used to drink something called bear juice, and they would put brewer's yeast and stuff in it when they were trying to gain all this muscle. And those guys had gas like you would not believe. They had it for days. Oh my word.
Is that why you hung around them? just joking. You're just joking.
You know what's crazy though? You know what's dumb though is that I did hang around guys way more than I did girls, so I didn't like the drama. The girls were always so mean to each other and so emotional, and there was always so much drama and nonsense going on. I just didn't like it, and so I hung around with the guys, and it was funny because there were a group of us that would always go with one of our seminary teachers, and we go skiing. We go, downhill skiing, and we go cross country skiing, and just do lots of outdoor stuff like that. And it was always 100 guys and just me. But I'm still like that today. There's very few women that I am friends with but I feel completely comfortable around guys.
Women are too competitive to me with each other. To me, that's my personal opinion. Because they they're so competitive. Like, oh, well, look what she's wearing. She thinks she looks good in that. It's like, why are you so mean? Like,
Yeah, I don't like any of that nonsense.
Guys will just be like, dude, you really gonna wear those shoes, you fag? Like, and it's fun. But girls are like really mean about it and like hurtful, and it's like, whoa, hey, could have said that in a nicer way.
Yeah. I know, and I just so many of the women at my church, they're fake. The way that they smile and the way that they speak to you, I just you can tell, you can pick up when somebody's just being fake.
Oh yeah,
and that drives me crazy.
I hate. Yep, I know exactly what you're.
Yeah,
that's why I can imitate those people so good because I can't. Like, oh my God, have you tried the bread? Oh, you have to try the bread. Like,
yeah.
Go away from me, far away from me. I can't.
Yep.
I said the F word.
There's
I love that word.
There's very few people there's very few women that I get along with, but my husband and I both do the Spartan races, where you're getting muddy and dirty and playing around. Those kind of women I like, because none of us are worried about how we look. We're just worried about, getting the obstacles done and having a good run and finishing. That's what we care about. We don't care about what we look like at the time,
Right.
But that's just me.
How can she be out there just all sweaty in front of all these people? I know. Can you believe it? Oh my God, I know. You wouldn't catch me dead out there. I hate people like that. I know exactly what you mean.
You must have heard a lot of them talking like that, Steve, because you got that voice down pat. I'm here to tell you.
Over 28 years. 28 years of plumbing, man. I've dealt with a lot of customers.
Yeah, you have.
In a lot of different neighborhoods and a lot of different states. And yeah, they're all the
Trump
same.
Voice. Do your Trump voice.
Nick, I can't do it right off the bat. I don't know why. I gotta have like something good in my head to do it. And I gotta do when you do the lips, it makes it easier. When he's got those like thin lips that stick out. It makes it easier to do the voice. I told them, okay, and they said it was never gonna happen. I said it was gonna be wonderful and beautiful, and it was beautiful.
Oh my word! Somebody posted, it was like a YouTube short or something, and it was just a guy that does Trump, but he went through the drive-through at McDonald's and he did his order in Trump's voice. Wasn't he good?
That guy was
dead on.
He sounds exactly like Trump.
Out of 100%, he was like 105%. He was
kidding.
Like, I don't think anyone could do Trump impression better than that guy.
Trump said it sounded more like him than he does.
Yep.
Oh man, that was yeah. I'm glad you know what I'm talking about. That was a good one. If I find it again, I'll send it to Ronnie.
Well, I've seen a bunch of.
Oh, you've seen it? Okay.
Yeah.
Guys, I found the Watch the Water video on BitChute.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And crud, I meant to look at it again and tell you which one to watch. There's a couple of them that all there's a couple of different channels that are showing it, and it's on BitChute. Just look up Watch the Water. As long as I started 3 different ones, and they were all like just the person, whoever's channel it was, they just said, this is what I'm going to show. It's really good. Pay attention. Here it goes. And then they started the video, and it's a Dr. Ardis. It's Ardis is the guy's name that does the whole thing. Is Dr. Ardis. It's fascinating. And anyway, that's where you can find it, is on BitChute. And is, I think there were 3 that I could see that all were showing what I wanted to see, the one that I wanted to see. But yeah, watch it and tell me what you think.
No, I'll definitely.
I want to watch it again. Most of it made complete sense. There were a few things I had some questions about medically, and I'm not sure. I guess I could ask my chiropractor about it. He would know. That guy, he knows his physiology and anatomy better than any doctor or nurse I've ever seen. He's awesome. Anyway, it's interesting, and I wouldn't be surprised. It wouldn't surprise me at all if that's what's really going on.
But yeah, because I want to watch that and the 20,000.
2,000 mules.
We'll just say donkeys, just in case.
Yeah. Well, I have seen that. Those are the good.
Oh, you did see that one? Yes.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 that
it's good.
The watch the water and the hee-haw.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's so, you got to be so very careful about the stuff you say on, and the thing of it is, you may not even realize that the word that you're using at that particular time, and it probably ain't on the list, but the one word you use get you a strike, and you didn't even know it wasn't supposed to be used.
Right.
But you don't know that, so I mean, it's just it's a crap.
Well, the thing is, it shouldn't be like that anyway, because our Constitution says so.
Yeah.
But I guess when you have a monopoly.
Yeah.
That, and they wrote the rules where they, when they let Twitter and YouTube and all, when they all got licensed or whatever, the way they wrote the law was that they could basically do away with the Constitution. That they are their own ruler.
Yeah.
So that's how they can do it.
Yeah. One more thing you might want a hard copy of is the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. Just to keep that with your, other books and hang on to that. That's an important one.
And no kidding.
Oh man. I just imagine our founding fathers looking down from heaven and watching the nonsense going on and just weeping, because every one of them that signed the Declaration of Independence signed their death warrant. They were willing to give up their lives for what they believed, and they gave us this republic, and they probably look down now and just go, what did you guys do?
Yeah, no kidding.
It just makes me sick.
Well, one other thing I'd like to tell people is if you get a chance, go on to, at least it was on DuckDuckGo, the new, not the Declaration of Independence, but the Bill of Rights, I think it is. Anyway, it's one that President Trump did himself, or his group did themselves, and it was put out on July the 4th of 2020. So go on there and on DuckDuckGo and look it up.
Okay.
I seen it on there myself. I read it myself, so I know it's on there. At least it was on there, but I've heard DuckDuckGo has been taken over by the other guys too, so I don't know how true that is.
Yeah, I actually got rid of it because it was giving me the same crap that Google was whenever I was looking up something. So I got rid of it, but if it'll pull that up for me, I'll put it back on just for that.
It's a very long booklet, I'll put it like that. It's very long, but it's worth the read.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm trying to get through the Federalist Papers right now, and that's a read.
Oh yeah. Well, this
but
is
it's worth it.
Where we've been, where we came from, and where we're going. Why we're here and where we're going.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting read.
Well, I'm gonna look that up. See if I can find it.
All right. I think it was the Bill of Rights, if I remember correctly. If I would have had a way to say it, because I don't have well, I got a printer, but it don't work anymore. I would have definitely saved it, but I didn't. Like I said, my printer don't work. So, but anyway, guys, I'm about to call it a night and jump
All
off.
right. Yeah. We've been going for what, 4 hours. Wow. 4 hours.
Yeah,
Wow.
That's good.
yeah.
So
Time
are we,
flies.
does that sound good though for next Wednesday?
Yeah,
To do a
that
part
works for
2?
me. Yeah.
All
Yep.
right.
Sound good for you, Ronnie?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
thank you. Thank you, Steve, for letting us come on.
No,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you,
If it
Heather.
wasn't for you guys, I'd just be sitting here rumbling about who, like, I don't know.
Hello, Monty. What's going
Probably
on,
fall
brother?
asleep by now, and people be like, "Is he alive? What's going on?"
Oh, goodness. Well, would one of you offer a prayer to close?
Yeah. Do you
Or
do you want?
do you want me to? I'll do it if you want me to,
Go
but
right ahead.
I do pray all the time, but I'm not good at it like out loud and in front.
what do you think,
Well,
Ronnie?
all right, go right ahead, Heather. I'm not good at it, that's all.
Oh, okay.
If
All
I
right.
said one, it would be about this long, so I'll let you do it.
All right. Heavenly Father, we're grateful that we had this chance to meet together and to discuss many things. And we ask for thy spirit to be with us, watch over us in all that we are doing, and please bless us and guide us as we are trying to get prepared for whatever is coming. We love thee. We thank thee for thy son and for all that thou hast done for us. We're so grateful for this nation and for all the good things that are still here. Please help us to know what we can do to get things set right again. And these things we say in the name of thy son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
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 Well, thank you very much, guys.
No, thank you, Heather. That was awesome, and I'm definitely going to be looking forward to next Wednesday.
Sounds good. I'll be ready.
Great.
All right, I'm gonna go find my cat.
Okay. Thank you, Heather. God
Good
bless
night,
you. Have
Heather.
a great night.
See
Good
ya.
night.
All
You
right.
too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All
Well,
right,
Steve,
Ryan, I'm
you got
sure
another one in the books.
you're probably pretty tired too, huh? It's what, going
Getting
at
there.
1 o'clock?
Yeah, it's 12:46 here.
Yeah. Wow. All right, brother. Well, yeah, thank you for coming on with me, man. It's not the
Oh, it's
same without you. So
always a pleasure for me, brother. I mean, if I didn't enjoy being here, I wouldn't do it. Believe me.
awesome. I'm glad you do then, because we're like partners now. At this point, we're business partners, man.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But with one of us not here, it just doesn't work the same. So
Like I told somebody, I don't remember who I said it to. I said, I'll be here every night and until Steve runs me off. So,
yeah, I seen that earlier. I think it was a I want to say big chat, but I'm not sure.
it might have been. I don't remember who I said it to,
I
but
remember
somebody.
reading that though.
And I'm in it. As long as you want me here, I'll be here, brother.
No, yeah, I literally every time, as long as you can make it, I want you up here because it's.
Don't know if I really contribute anything, but whatever it is, and you want me here, well, I'll be here.
No, you do. You contribute a lot, man. Definitely do.
Well, I know, when you're, because I know you're keeping up with the chat and everything, and so it helps to have somebody else there, that can,
Right.
a little slack every once in a while. Because
Yeah,
it does
keeping
get
up
hard
with
to
chat, and then I'm just reading. And if I'm by myself and I'm just reading, it gets quiet, and then I'm like, oh wait, But even though like only 10, 15 seconds goes by in my head, it feels like 5 minutes, and it's like, man, people are just gonna start leaving because he's not talking; he's just reading the screen, and it makes a huge difference.
Yeah, and when I'm doing it, if I'm reading the chat, then I can't really pay attention to what the person is saying. And if I'm paying attention to what the person's saying, I can't read the chat. You don't make any sense out of it. So I got to do one or the other. I can't do both. I know some people can, but I can't.
Exactly. That's what makes it so hard for me because it's like I can't multitask, put it that way. So if I'm reading the chat, I'm focused on what I'm reading and, you know, soaking that in. And then if someone's talking at the same time, it's like, hold on, I didn't hear anything. I heard you talking, but I don't know what the hell you just said because I was
Absolutely.
soaking in what I was reading. Yeah, it's like,
Yeah, you can hear them. You know what the hell they're talking about. I mean,
yeah.
it's like
There's a
somebody hears.
couple from like a month or two ago. I went over just to like watch, you know, like scroll through and watch some of it. And I'm like, I don't remember none of this. Like literally, I'm like, what, really? Because I was reading the chat, so I'm like, I don't remember talking about this. I don't remember them talking about that. I think there was one too where it was you or maybe Chad or someone, but they were like, "What do you think about that, Steve?" And I was like, I didn't even hear that, you know." And then you guys like started laughing or something because they're like, "Hey, he's not listening to us."
Yeah, it's probably when we said it.
Right?
I don't remember either. So
Yeah.
well, it could have been anything. If I was there, I don't remember if I was there or not. But...
Yeah, I think it was. I think you and Chad. I can't even remember, but I'm pretty sure it had to have been you on there because you're on most of my lives. Well, except the weekends when it's me and Nina. But
Angie says, Steve Harlow, Ronnie York, Ronnie Cash, yet you say hey to some in the chat and yet others no. Hey, Angie, Jack. How's it going, brother?
Anti is our number one favorite person that's always in chat.
Well, of course. Him and Rink.
Rank 2, full Monty.
And never leave out Monty. I mean,
Monty's my other brother from another mother.
I heard that. I can't get over those. I don't remember who was on that night with us. Monty was on the panel, and I was watching his reactions. You know, his facial reactions and things. Man, I was cracking up. He said, "What do I do?" He didn't really do nothing. You know,
Wait, I think I know what you're talking about. Was that on here or someone else's channel?
No, it was on here.
Yeah. And he was like on.
Yeah. Yeah, who was that? I don't remember who else was on there that night.
I remember Monty doing that. I can't remember what show it was.
Oh,
That's
who was the dude? Man.
I think it might have been the first global or flat Earth one. No,
it was after that. It was that one, but it was after it had gone on.
It was the one that was supposed to be part 2, but it never happened. Is that what it was?
That may be. I thought it was the first one after everybody left, and then it went on after that.
Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, I think it was after that part.
But it was the guy telling about all of his trials and travails, you know, and where, you know, and he went to jail and for walking to a parking lot.
You're talking about As If It's Your Business.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, that's because I put the link on the screen and it was like wide open panel. So everyone was That was a good one though, man. I had the most views. I had like almost 500 views on that.
Oh, Monty had me cracking up. Between As If and Monty both, I'm telling you what, I couldn't keep straight face, man. How hard I tried. I was laughing hard, boy. It was good.
That was good. That's what I'm definitely having soon another well, because like we had part 2 yesterday and then I had today planned for the medical prepping type, you know, medical stuff. But I enjoy doing the open panel ones where I just put the link in the chat and anyone that wants to pop in, you know, there it is. But
yeah, you don't have to let them up on the panel if you don't want to. I mean, you know, it's
right. Yeah.
I had that same problem on my last one where somebody was trying to come in, and if you remember who I'm talking about.
Yep, I was listening. I remember you saying that.
You know, and I did have a few more things I could have said that I didn't. You know, holding myself back, but
right,
because he was on my last call-in show. You know, I let him on there with you and Loyal, I believe. I don't remember if Big Chap was there or not. He may have been. But I let him on there. And then in your chat, just a couple of days later, he was saying how I wasn't a man, you know, for some reason or another. And I said, why is it I'm not a man? And I thought, you asshole, don't try to come back in my chat no more.
Just stirring up the pot.
Yeah.
Well, he was doing that too in the chat, stirring up the pot.
Oh, yeah, big time.
For 2 hours. Everyone's like, dude, just drop it already. Let it go.
Yeah, and then when you let him come back, you know, if you put him in timeout and he come back, that's when he called me less than a man, or however the hell he put it now. I don't remember now, but boy, that pissed me off. And I thought, well, you better not ever try to come back up on one of my panels. I blocked him, and then son of a gun if he didn't try to come up on the panel anyway.
Right.
After talking shit like that. I mean, you know, why would I let him on my panel and say, come up here and start cussing me again? Then we'd had a cuss match, you know, and I ain't gonna do that crap.
I think I don't want to judge or anything, but just my personal, I think he wants that. Like, he wants to stir the pot and get the attention. And I mean, I might be 100% wrong. I don't know, but that's just the vibe. That's the vibe.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Because that same day that he was on the panel with us, he interrupted every one of us about 3 or 4 times a piece.
Yep.
He could have waited an extra second or two till whoever was talking, finished their point, but nope, wouldn't do that.
Right. Just like that one time in the chat for 2 hours, I went for like the first 40 minutes. Everyone's like, dude, drop it. And then the more they said drop it, the more he went, you know? So it's like, ooh, I'm getting a reaction.
Well, so whatever started that night, I was late getting in there that night. And I seen it going on when I got there, but I didn't know what the hell started it.
Something about Garrett 01, and he came in, said hi, and then he said, oh, Garrett did this. Can I come on the panel? And I'm like, no, that's not what this is about right now. And he's like, just let me come on so I can something Garrett. And then Garrett was even like, hey, sorry, Steve, I'll just leave. And I'm like, no, don't leave. Like, don't leave because of him. Just whatever. And then Garrett was finally like, dude, whatever, you know, I forgot what it was about, but he's like, what I did, I'm sorry, but it was like a long time ago. Let it go. And then he kept saying, it wasn't a long time ago. It was like 2 weeks ago. It was 3 weeks ago. It was 4 weeks ago. And then he's like, well, how long ago was it? And Garrett was like, it was like 2 years ago, dude. So, I don't know.
And it went on and on and on and on from there.
2 hours. I was like, come on, man.
Yeah, and that was when Joker, and I guess it's his brother were giving him hell that night too.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, man. Which I can't say as I really blamed him a lot that night. I don't know how they are any other night, you know. I don't know about Joker and his brother, but that night I can't say as I blame him a whole lot. I mean, man.
It was a good show though. I mean, it was entertaining, but irritating at the same time with all that. It's like,
doesn't bother me, but what they're talking about now, they piss me off. I hear you, Rink. You damn sure, but I think he pissed everybody in the chat off. He pissed me off so bad that he ain't gonna be back on another one of my shows again. That's for damn sure.
Because that was just the other day when he tried to come on, wasn't it?
Yeah, my last live. Yeah.
I remember I was working and listening to you guys, and
well, you were on when he tried to come in. You were on the panel that day.
Oh, was it that? Okay.
Yeah.
See, I get my days mixed up, but I remember. Yeah, I was thinking of the other one when I was driving and I kept coming in and out.
Yeah.
Of the chat, but yeah, I was thinking of a different one. But
Mooseman said I banned that guy on many channels for talking bad to women. I'm telling you, man, he tries to act like he's cool, you know, but he's anything but.
And then, well, you know what he's really good at is apologizing.
Oh yeah.
He'll do the, you know, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I take it, and then he'll go right back at it. Once you're like, okay, let's forget about it. It's cool. Let's move forward. Bam, right back into it.
Well, what got me, the first when he'd been in my chat several times, so I made him I gave him a wrench. And then the next time after I gave him that wrench, first time he come in, he put somebody in timeout for nothing. And then I told him, be careful, don't do it anymore, man. I don't remember who it was, but the very next time he come in, he did the same thing again. And so that's why I took his wrench away. I didn't kick him off then, but I took his wrench.
Right.
And because, he didn't have no business even. Why would you even click on a person's name to even have to put him in timeout? There was no reason for it.
Yeah, we didn't say his name, but we just kind of, I don't want to say his name, but
No, me either.
I think everyone kind of knows who we're talking about. He was shit. But there you go, Moose Man just said it.
Yeah, he's adorable, by the way. He thinks he is anyway. I don't know how in the hell he could think that, but that's what he thinks.
The vibe I get is he's grasping for that attention.
Well, he got plenty of it from me. As far as kicking him off my damn show, that's for sure. He's only the second person I've ever kicked off any one of my shows. And that's pretty hard for me to do. I don't just kick somebody off lightly.
I know it's hard for me too. It's the funny thing is 10 years ago, I used to be the biggest asshole. And now it's so hard for me to be an asshole. If I have to do something like that, I feel like an asshole. It's like, I don't want to be an asshole. Don't make me be an asshole, man. Why are you doing this?
Exactly. And and the thing of it was, he could come up with some good points.
Right.
But the good points don't make up for all the assholes times that he was. Oh man.
He was banned on I don't remember him from Dangerous Freedom. And do stuff with Nikki 300 Lisa. No shit. I don't remember him. Or maybe I do. No,
what
I
about
don't.
Dangerous Freedom? Do what now?
He was banned from Dangerous Freedom too.
Really? Oh, I see that now.
Hey, Scat Pack. Aloha.
Yeah.
No kidding. I don't remember him on Dangerous Freedom, but yeah, on there I was always because Ron was the shit, man. I was just always focused on Ron. But see, Ron was good at that shit. He'd call people straight out, and he wasn't an asshole about it either. He was just straight up like. But if I did that, I'd feel like an asshole. But
well, I try not to be one with him that day when I told him it wouldn't happen, just to get going away. And I thought I would have to be there because he was doing this, when he's down the block waving and shit, trying to get me to bring him up. And I thought, hell, no, I don't even want to look at him. Get off my stream, buddy.
Yeah, I remember that, Monty. When that's the show we were actually talking about. He just wouldn't quit. He would not. Everyone's like, dude, let it go, bro.
Monty was blocked?
No, Monty blocked him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because after like 2 hours of that shit, and everyone's like, just let it go, and he just wouldn't stop. And then Monty's just like,
way to go, Monty.
Everyone took a deep breath, and they're like, ah.
Okay. I was going to say I couldn't see Steve blocking you. So
if anyone blocked Monty, that person would be getting blocked.
I heard that
permanently.
Definitely heard that. No, but I'll tell you, I don't like having to tell anybody, I'm not going to bring them up because they're an asshole. And that's more or less what I had to say to him, because he was being an asshole, not only on my show a couple times, but then on yours, and then tell me I'm less than a man, or however the hell he put it. What he said basically was, Ronnie York isn't a man, but Steve is. He was sucking up to you, because it was your show, I guess. And I thought to myself, and I might have told him, well, yeah, Steve is definitely a man. But I don't remember what else I said to him, man.
I think that's when I went off on him too, didn't I? Because
I
read it wrong. and I think I still read it wrong because like I said, I'm paying attention to the panel, and then I'm trying to read the chat, so I just kind of like skimmed his message real quick, and I just thought it said Ronnie and Steve aren't a man or something. And then I just kind of got pissed, and I was like, "See, man," and then I reread the part that it said Steve is a man, but I still didn't read the rest of it. And then I was like, "Oh, see, now you make me feel like an asshole." But now I'm pissed because I still till just now didn't realize that that's what it said.
Well, you put him in timeout and told him, cool down, quit talking shit, and when the timeout's up, you can come back, and then when he came back, he was still talking shit. So,
yep, it just doesn't quit.
No,
it's like, dude,
it was like he took some speed or something, and he just had a double energy pack of shit in him, and he was dumping it all in your chat.
Right? And I remember his first thing he was mad about was Garrett for some reason. And Garrett even apologized to him like 3 or 4 times. And I was like, there, he apologized, dude, let it go. And he's like, I'm not letting it go. And I'm like, well, then you got to go, because what the hell's wrong with you?
Did you wind up taking his wrench? I mean, blocking him that day or not?
I timed him out. I never blocked anyone yet. But I timed him out. And then after that, Monty timed him out. And when Monty timed him out, I took his wrench.
Well, if you ever decide to bring him up on the panel, and if I'm there, I'm gonna say, well, I got to go. I'll talk to you later, Steve. I don't want to be around the dude. I honestly don't. Yeah, and I might stay there for a minute or two just to give him a piece of my mind. That'd be about it. But
if he even comes back to my channel, but I definitely wouldn't.
Oh, he'll be back.
I don't have a reason to bring him on again.
He'll be back on your channel. He'll be back in the chat. I'm surprised he hadn't already been back.
Me too, actually. But he can apologize all he wants in the chat, but I'm not going to bring him up on the panel.
He definitely
had his chance. You know what I mean? He had multiple chances, and for 2 hours, within 2 hours, he ruined about 120 minutes worth of chances. So
yeah. Well, the first time I had him on one of my panels, he sat there quietly. He said a few things here and there, but for the most part, he was very respectful. He didn't interrupt anybody, and I thought, well, he's a cool dude. And oh Lord, was I wrong?
Mm-hmm.
From there on, he was a total asshole, and he lost his wrench pretty quick.
Yeah, he works his way in there, and then that's kind of goes with like what I was saying earlier. It's part of like with life. If you're not learning as you're going, then you're kind of a lost cause. And to me, it doesn't seem like he's learning.
That's exactly right.
So
you got to learn from mistakes. And he was saying that he had what was it? Not ADHD, but whatever the hell it is. And I don't doubt that he didn't have. But that don't give you a right to be a total asshole all the damn time, on everything.
Right.
Calling other people names and shit.
I even tried sticking them up for him with that, because it's like, I do too. Like, there's nothing wrong with that, but like, stop making a big deal about it. But,
Yeah, he told me one day that I had blocked 2 of his accounts. And he was in the chat, and I tell him this. And I said, well, if I blocked 3 of your damn accounts, how are you still on here? And maybe he had another account. I don't know, but it still had the little cat and everything on there,
Same picture, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know that I didn't. Maybe I did and just, don't remember it. If that's the case, then I blocked him 3 times.
Yeah, I'm sure he's probably here right now. Lurking.
If he was here, he'd be in here bitching because we're talking about him, I guarantee.
Yeah. He can get mad if he wants. We're not making anything up. We're not exaggerating. We're not lying.
That's for damn sure.
It's, 100% fact.
You know what? I was surprised that he didn't report me, to YouTube for not bringing him up on the damn panel. But I mean, I'm glad he didn't, but I was expecting it. For
You know
some
what?
shit, who knows?
I wonder if maybe that's why I got that strike.
Oh, hey, it could be. It
That
damn
just
sure could.
clicked.
It
That
may very
just
well
clicked.
be.
Huh.
Damn sure could be. I hadn't thought about that either.
I really hope not. I really hope not. But
I was just thinking about, what had happened on mine. But yeah, you did get struck. I forgot about that.
because I don't hate anyone, so I
Oh,
really
no.
hope not. But if that is the case, I mean, that's just like a really shitty thing to do.
See. What was that I was reading that? Oh, Ring said 3 accounts. It said, I guess that I don't even know my email password. The guy's a genius. Are you talking about the adorable one, Rink?
Yeah, you're talking about the same guy we're talking about.
Damn, he's a genius. He didn't strike me as one, but I guess it's what geniuses are.
He does seem like one of those people that they focus on one thing. I mean, obviously, for 2 hours he couldn't give it up, whatever he was mad about. But like, if he just focuses on internet and all that, that's probably 24 hours a day. He's just focused on that and can figure out how to do all kinds of shit.
Well, you know what? There for a while, I'm serious. Almost every channel that I'd go to on YouTube that was having a panel, he would either be on it or trying to get on it,
right?
Or be in the chat, one or the other. I thought, damn, man. And this is before the problems that I had with him, that you had with him. So I didn't think much about it, But looking back now, it makes you think, yeah, he was eating, sleeping, and breathing YouTube and trying to be on panels. And why, I don't imagine it. I can't imagine why he'd want to be on, because I guess he's just like making an ass out of himself.
Right. He's a deplorable.
Agreed, Moose Man. Definitely agreed. I figured he's spoiled brat.
Except anti-adject is completely wrong. One, I don't hate anyone, and two, even if I dislike anyone, you're the last person on earth I would dislike. You're number one on the people I love list, anti. So don't try stealing Scat Pack away from me to hold you. That's my job.
I figured the spoiled brat's always got his way with manipulation as a dog that don't vote support. Damn sure don't.
Hey, buffering. Yeah, we were getting ready to end it like a half hour ago, but we started
start our own chat here. Oh, Buff, how's Sadie doing? Sadie's my dog sister from another mister. It's Buffer's dog's name. And I don't know if you heard me say it before, but Sadie is the only dog I ever knowed of that carries a weapon and knows how to use it. She got a 9mm and guards his door all the time. But she's scared to go out and take a leak by herself.
Was that 9mm the one that can blow the lungs right out of your body?
Yep, that's it. He said, Sadie messaged me earlier. She did. Well, I'll check it out when I get off here, Buffer, and see what she had to say. And I'll tell you, Buffer's a good sport, man. I tease him all the time, about Sadie. And I feel like I know the dog personally, I don't, but I feel like I do. We talk about her so much. I ignored her. No, I didn't ignore her. I would never ignore Sadie.
Moose Man, you know what? I'm going to, but I have to download it and do all that before I come on live because I'm still getting used to the whole laptop going live thing. But my next live or my next panel, I'm definitely gonna play that. That's a great video. Great video. I'll forward it to you, Ronnie,
All right.
and then I'll download it and play it on my next live.
Sounds
It's funny.
good.
It's a good one.
Who sent it?
Moose Man.
Well, if he said it's a good one, I believe him.
I actually just seen it earlier this morning because I never checked my email, and then for some reason I can't remember why I was checking it now, but I was looking for something like so and so, and then I seen that and I'm like, what's this? And I opened it, and I'm watching it, going, okay, and it's one of those things where the punchline is at the very end. So and you're getting to the end, and you're like, okay. And then the punchline hits, and you're like, okay, that's really good.
You know, I'm the same way. I hardly ever check my email, and I checked it today to see if you had sent a link for the show tonight.
Mm.
And while I was on, you hadn't sent the link yet, but while I was on there, I had an email from Heather, but I didn't have time to, think of any questions to send to her, so I just thought of them up until the show come on. That's why I asked the questions I did, and I'm glad she did that because I probably wouldn't have had a question the whole show.
Right. I actually had questions. I wrote them down like a week and a half ago, and I don't remember what I did with the paper.
Yeah, that's me. If I don't do it an hour or two before I do something, then they're gone, whatever it is.
Yeah, I got tons of for my work, and it's like write it down, and I write it down. I got so many papers. It's like, oh.
Travis, you'd be surprised about the kind of stuff me and Steve talk about behind your back. We don't even tell it to ourselves. Oh, Travis is a trip, boy. I'm here to tell you.
But cool, yeah. I think I am gonna call it too. It's 4.5 hours, man. It was a great show, though.
It was. I enjoyed it, Steve.
The more I do this, I think I could do it longer. But I'm literally so used to plumbing and being on the move, driving from job to job, walking back and forth to the van. So sitting at one spot for this, 4.5 hours, sometimes it's like, oh man, this is harder work than plumbing.
It does get tough, man. Particularly on the ass, and then from there it just works up.
That's it. I got my my cushion because my chair is like already wore out to where you're just sitting on metal at this point.
Well, you're gonna have to learn to show up sooner. The whole show going. We had Steve and I had some brilliant questions and everything.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go back and watch it too because I think the next live, if it's a sunset chasing me and Nina, whatever it is, it's going to be a 4,000 watch hour celebration live at the same time.
All right.
Because we're like within 50 hours till we hit the 4,000. So I don't know. It might even hit after this.
Well, how far away from you were you from 4,000s when you went on tonight? You know?
Before I started, I wrote it down. I want to say like 149.
Well, yeah, you still be away. Well, I don't know. It depends on how many watch hours you get out of this one, I guess.
Because last night before I went on, it was I don't remember. But basically after last night, we got more than 100 watch hours just from last night's live.
Oh, really?
So, yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'm surprised that didn't get way more than that, to be honest with you. Damn, that was... And if Chadwick could have had his stuff together. Oh
Oh
man,
no, yeah.
damn, that would have been a good show.
Well, we're
I thought
still
seeing
gonna.
him rock the house myself. Man, he done a damn good presentation. To my way of thinking. And man,
Yeah,
I was wanting to see Chadwick's.
but he's still gonna get his fair share because hopefully this Tuesday coming up, he'll get he'll get his chance to rebuttal or whatever. Because
Yeah, I hope he has it going and everything. So, because the thing of it is, when you hear, it's like hearing one side of the story, and so that
yep,
one side of the story, looks awful good until you hear the other side of the story.
yep,
It's like a man and a woman, or man and his wife having an argument about something, and one says, "No, it's this one," and says, "No, it's this way." So it's got to be right in the middle somewhere.
yep, exactly. And Chadwick at the very beginning of this show, he said he just got a new laptop today, and he's got everything
Oh,
working good. So, because I
oh,
know
right.
that's what part of the issue was last night, where he couldn't get a slideshow up there, and so I know he'll if he's still on for Tuesday, I know he'll be ready for sure.
All right, right on.
Give him his chance to hold his side.
Well, I know one thing, man. As far as my way of thinking, when I thought Sam knocked it out of the park, and I said, man, I had it wrote down here, Sam and Forging Thought, and I was going to score them, to my way of thinking, just so I know which way that my own brain was leaning. And damn, then when Forging couldn't do his, I thought, well, shit. Now I just wasted my paper for nothing and my ink.
And I know Chadwick was really bummed out. Yeah, see, Buffering just said it right when I said
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
He was really bummed out about it. But that's what this Tuesday coming up. It's going to be all him. So
So Sam's not going to present his again or not? Just Chadwick, or how's it going to go?
right, yeah. So yesterday was basically CM's, and then this Tuesday will be Chadwick's
Chadwick.
side,
Okay, I got you.
and then I don't know, maybe the file or after Chadwick does his Tuesday, CM must come back on, and then we can, roughen up the edges or whatever, find out what everyone thinks, or the following Tuesday we'll have like a final show on
I
if
know everyone.
anyone's mind was changed or if everyone still thinks the same.
I think everyone still thinks it's the same, and that's just the way it is, But I think you ought to listen to both of them, with respect, and then make a decision from there. Because both of them are truly believing what they're saying, and
Right. Yeah.
and I don't know how you could just dismiss. This is just my way of thinking. I don't know how you could just dismiss the flat Earth thing out of hand. If you watched CM last night and paid attention to what he was saying, because he done a damn good job of presenting what he had. In my opinion, not saying that I'm one way or the other, but I'm just saying, as far as the presentation goes and being good at presenting it, I thought he done a damn good job.
Yep. Yeah, me too.
And I was really wanting to see Chadwick's too. Shit, but that's where it goes.
And Buffering's right too. No one will change their mind because same for me. I'm still going to be in the middle. I'm still going to one. I don't know if it's round or flat. Two, I don't really care enough to lose sleep over it.
No, I ain't going to. That's for damn sure.
Still entertaining and like Buffering says, fun to watch.
Yeah. And like he said, I still want to know. Yeah, me too. There might be something in there you never know that might make you change your mind one way or the other.
Exactly. Yep. That's like thinking with an open mind.
Yeah. If you're a flat earther, you might become a round earther. If you're a round earther, you might become a flat earther. Hell, who knows?
Yep.
But I know Sam done a damn good job of it, and I think Chadwick's going to have as good a presentation.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Chadwick's good. I mean, they're both really good with like speaking and knowledge and intelligent. You know what I mean? They're both that's why, to me, it makes it so interesting because
Yeah,
they're
they're both
both
very smart.
intelligent people. You know?
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
absolutely.
And then they both have, for the most part, they think the same about a lot of things, except when it comes to that.
Yeah,
And then they have complete opposite.
yeah. And I guarantee they both agree on just damn near everything else.
Yep.
Everything else but that. And there ain't no way that one thing should separate them from, being
Right.
friends or anything else. In my opinion, I wouldn't let it if it were me, and I don't think it will them. The thing is, with flat Earth or round, will it change your life? If it is flat or round, will it change anything?
Yep.
That
Scat
is
pack,
the question.
that's what I've been saying the whole time. To me, it works, whatever it is. So I don't really care if it's flat or round. So yeah, you're exactly right, because it won't change anything if it's a trampoline or a triangle or a Rubik's cube. I
Exactly.
mean,
Boy,
it
open that
works.
Rubik's Cube. Rubik's Cube, we are screwed, ain't we? We ain't got nothing figured out, for sure. I tried to work on them damn things one time, and I worked on about 20 minutes. I said, "The hell with this thing!" I threw it on the floor. My kids take and be done.
Peel the stickers off. There you go.
Yeah. Y'all know him at a show tonight. Chadwick. Oh, really? No, I didn't know that, Travis.
That's why Chadwick left earlier, because Chadwick was here for a little bit.
I know he's been in there the other nights.
Yeah, that's cool though, because Chadwick's even told me, he's like, oh, I watch CM show now because we kind of turned him on to see him. You know, it's like you said, they think the same way about a lot of things, except the trampoline.
Yeah, exactly. And CM does have a good show, and he's damn good at explaining things. I mean, regardless of what it is, he puts things into focus very sharply.
Flat earthers are two-dimensional.
Confusion. Sure, Scat Pack. There's definitely some mysteries out there. Well, Steve, brother, I'm gonna shut it down and
yeah, me too, man.
Chad, everybody, thanks for being there and watching, listening. Appreciate you guys.
And everyone in chat, especially Independent Many United and Unspecified V, two beautiful ladies.
And you darn right.
And Nina for always coming in.
Yes.
And my favorite, the person I hate the least and love the most, Anti-Adjack. And real quick too, I wanted to thank YouTube Turns and Jeff Minichowitz for the very kind donations. It's much appreciated.
Now I can't say I know YouTube Turns, but I definitely know Jeff. Jeff's a really good dude.
Yeah, YouTube's Turn is really good dude too. Really good dude. Truck driver.
I definitely believe you.
Actually, if you get a chance, Ryan, you should go sub to YouTube Turns. He puts like short videos out of.
I think I am subbed to him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's a great guy, man.
I've subbed just about everybody on your channel. I know that.
Yeah, I know he's the same guy that he's just out there like we are. You know, he just wants to help people, and he's just really genuinely good person.
Well, I'll definitely. If I'm not subbed, I'll sub. But there, I'm subbed to so many, no way I can watch them all. You know, I mean, I just say hi or something, but I can't actually watch. Plus, doing my show and yours, it's impossible. And I know you know what I'm talking about.
No, yes, that's usually when I'm working. I got my earphones in, and I'm listening to as much as I can. So
Yeah.
it's hard to keep up with.
I know what you're saying, brother. All right. Well, good night, Steve. Good night, Chet. Good night, Heather. Thanks for being here with us. You know,
And then Ronnie, and you're going live tomorrow, Thursday,
yeah.
or Thursday?
Yeah, I
Okay,
plan on it tonight. Well, it'll be tonight now here. It's
right.
1:30 here, but yeah, I plan on tonight.
Cool. Well, yeah, everyone that's here now in chat, make sure you tune in Thursday night, July 21st, and to Ronnie York is Ronnie Cash. Nina
Absolutely.
Nino will drop his channel again.
Yeah, y'all drop in over there and at least say hi.
Yeah.
I sure
Oh,
would appreciate
I'll be there. I'll
Oh,
be
yeah.
there. Even if I'm working, I'll be there.
Oh, I know. And I appreciate you too, Steve. Definitely do.
Oh,
Definitely do.
I did. I did. Yep. That was very interesting. And I subbed to that guy too. Is that the one you're talking about? You sent me that YouTube video. I subbed to him too because he's got some good stuff. But anyway, so all right, Ronnie, I'll let you say your goodbyes, and then I'm gonna say mine, and then
I
call it
said,
out.
good night, Steve. Love you, brother.
I love you, brother, man. Thanks for being here tonight with me.
You bet. Thanks for having me on.
Oh,
See
every
you.
time, man.
See you guys later. Good night, everybody.
All right, everyone. Thank you guys for being here. You are all awesome. Every single one of you. Rank 2000. Um, my next beer is for you, brother. And hey, Brian, I've been going for 4 hours and 45 minutes, brother. I'm just getting ready to end it. But thanks for coming by, brother. Um, me and Nina Nino will be going live again this weekend. I'll send out a notification, and we'll probably be a 4,000 watch hour celebration. So everybody come and join this weekend, either Friday, if not Friday, Saturday for sure. So until then, everybody have an awesome night, awesome day, afternoon, evening, whatever it may be. But just have an awesome and beautiful day. Much love and aloha to all of you. And God bless.